Good morning and welcome to From Where We Are, stories of news and culture through the lens of Southern California and USC. We're coming to you live from USC for our special coverage of this year's LA Times Festival of Books. I'm Sophia Ainsworth.
And I'm Malcolm Farrellet. We're coming to you live right outside of Doheny Library in the heart of the book festival itself. It's Saturday, April 18th, and what a beautiful day it is here in Southern California. I mean, you have people coming in. It's a perfect day to sit down, read a book, eat some food, meet some of your favorite authors, and just enjoy the energy here, y'all.
Absolutely. Coming up on this show, we kick off the LA Times Festival of Books, go behind the scenes, recap the 46th Annual Book Prizes Awards show, and more. Stay tuned. Today marks the beginning of the biggest book festival in the country, hosted by the LA Times. The festival brings readers near and far together on our campus to celebrate their love for literature.
For our first stop, let's head over to the USC main stage for the USC Marching Band's kickoff to the festival. Our reporter Leo Lee is on the scene celebrating with the crowd. Leo, how's it going over there?
But before we stop over to Leo, Malcolm, I was wondering, what are you most excited to see?
I'm excited to see Mama Tina Knowles, y'all. She will be over here on the stage right next to us. We have Garcelle from the Jamie Foxx Show coming. We have Blair Underwood. We have Lionel Richie. We have so many great people coming that I didn't even know were authors. I'm seeing these people as just actors and singers, but, you know, they take their passions into writing, though, as well. Who are you excited to see?
Absolutely. I mean, you were teasing to me earlier. There's going to be a cooking demonstration
Yeah.
right next to our tent. And I don't know, anyone listening in, if you want to stop by, visit the ARN tent. We are right by Doheny Library. We have, I think, what's the prime spot on campus for this festival. We're perfectly in the shade. We can see all the people moving around, see all the tents. So we get a little preview of everything without even having to leave our seats, really.
I feel like I'm in the best air conditioning possible without actually being in AC.
I actually got a little chilly. I had to put on a sweater a couple minutes ago.
I mean, but look at the smiles on people's faces, y'all. I mean, you got people with the sunglasses, you got people with the wagons for the babies. I mean, this is just what you call festival weather, festival crowds. I mean, it's only 10 o'clock, but of course, by the time 12:01 hits, you're going to see people just coming in, ready to eat, ready to read, ready to meet some of these first-time authors. I mean, all week on campus, you've seen people just with the tents setting up. And even yesterday, I was like, oh my God, this place is about to be really filled. Because, you know, on Fridays, it's usually empty. But I'm like,
yeah,
wait till tomorrow, wait till Sunday, y'all. It's about to be a lot of people in here this weekend, and I love it.
No, I know. There's also another certain festival happening in California this weekend, but I think that we're giving them a run for their money with the people that are here.
Absolutely. I mean, people think, oh, it's a book festival. I'm like, but people love to read. And It's not just, you know, fiction books. I mean, you have, you know, children's books. There's something for everybody here. So for those of you who might not be here today, you know, you still have time to come out today, but please come tomorrow, though. Check out a book, meet some authors. Actually, there was a good thrifting store here that I found last year where you can go like buy old records and albums and stuff actually over there in McCarthy Quad. So I hope that they return and come back. I might have to go over there and, you know, use some of this little paycheck money to go buy me some stuff. But there's something for everybody here. Never just think, oh, because it's books, I shouldn't go. Like,
no, truly. I've seen so many different age groups as well, whether it's parents, grandparents, young kids. There's a children's stage, there's poetry stages, there's so many bands that are going to be performing. I think that there really is something for everyone, even if you aren't a big reader, but maybe you'll find something that you like. You can fall in love with a book.
All right, especially for those who you see on television all the time, like Abby Phillips, Stacey Abrams, Blair Underwood. Like, these are all people that are going to be here in person. And, you know, y'all's like, oh, I wish I could see them in person. Well, today is your chance to see them in person. You know, come on out here. I mean, campus is so open. It's big. It's huge. Weather is perfect, y'all. I mean, like, usually it's either too hot or too cold, but today is just right. I mean, I might have to come out here after I get off of work and just enjoy the atmosphere myself because, I mean, you can't ask for better weather than this in Southern California on a Saturday morning.
No, I was just going to say, and I know both you and I are from the East Coast. Do you consider yourself from the East Coast, actually?
Not really. I'll say more the Southern Gulf
Okay.
Coast area, but I love the East Coast, though, especially when it's not super, super cold, though.
Okay, yes. Well, both of us, neither of us are from Southern California,
Right.
and having a day as beautiful as this, like, this is the norm.
Right.
And it's truly just so lovely.
That's why I came to Southern California. I mean, I was looking at going to schools on the East Coast, but I was like, I can't do the cold. I'm like going in layers, and it's nothing like going to class in February just in shorts and just being like, I'm just going to class, normal day, you know, feed out like I'm going to the beach, just living life. I mean, this is what every college student wishes for, and we live that reality each and every day here at USC. Tell people, fight on, you know.
Yeah, fight on. I'm super excited personally after our show to walk around and see some of the booths. I'm not sure what I'm going to find, but I also saw there, as you were saying, there was a thrift store or a record store last year. I wasn't able to come last year, unfortunately, which is another reason I'm just so excited for this year.
I'm excited to be here. I mean, seeing the festival from just like a goer's perspective, but to actually be here hosting a show during the festival, getting to see the people. I mean, it's different now. I've been here for almost 3 years, and just being able to see the festival grow in my mind and seeing the crowds grow, seeing more authors get out there for the first time. I mean, when you write a book, that's already in itself like a lot. But then imagine yourself actually having a tent, at the LA Times Book Festival, being able to share your gifts with the world. I mean, that's just something that I commend each and every author that's out there that wrote a book, wants to share it with the world, and not only that, but is getting able to share it with the people here at USC's campus.
No, definitely. I also think that USC students are in such a unique position that we
Yes.
have this going on for us, so accessible right in our backyard. And so there's really no reason not to take advantage of this. Walk around, take a break from studying. If you're at Levy, if you're at Doheny, stop at a booth, chat up with an author. You can learn about their writing process, maybe learn a thing or two for yourself that can help you in your writ class.
Right.
Or any of your other English classes, maybe.
All right, so here's what I tell people, especially for those, because I know we have some prospective students and families watching. This is just one of the benefits that you get from being a student at USC. I mean, we have the SAG Awards that happen across the street. A lot of people got to see Michael B. Jordan, the cast of Sinners, and so many other great actors and actresses, directors, producers. I mean, when you're right here in the middle of Southern California, there's just so many accessible things that go around on campus. So don't just think just because you're coming to USC, oh, it's school all the time. Like, no. There's so many opportunities to get involved. People are always on campus. I mean, people are always trying to find out how they can get to USC. And when you're here on campus, you just have access to this whole book and a myriad of opportunities to tap in with.
No, definitely. And wasn't it just last night that Alandria
Yes.
was here?
Shout out to the
Did you
Black
go to
Student
that?
Assembly. I did not. So I told somebody, I said, look, I know how to fight certain battles, and that's not one I'm fighting. Because I just knew as soon as they announced it on Tuesday,
There was
I was
no
like,
chance.
everybody, their mama's going to be there. I'm not a Love Island fan personally, but I'm like, let all the fans and passionate people that usually don't come out to stuff, they're going to go to that. So I'm like, I'm not going to fight that one. But, of course, love her. Even though I don't know her, I love her and the work that she does. And I can see the students love her because when they announced it, they went crazy.
People
over
went
it.
crazy.
I was like, who is this? And they're like, you don't know her? I'm like, no, I don't know her.
No, I don't watch the show either, but all of my friends usually tell me
Right.
everything. But that's very different to the Festival of Books. Here you can walk around, see
Right.
whatever you like. But there's also panels that you can sign up for that are ticketed only events.
Right.
So there's something for everyone. If you prefer a larger crowd, a smaller crowd, really don't be shy. Just get in the mix and take
Right.
advantage of all of it.
And actually, we have panels going on within the Annenberg School for Communication and Journalism, hosted by our own Professor Mickey Turner. Love her dearly. She's one of my mentors. She'll be doing I believe, a panel on women empowerment and stuff like that. So there's something literally for everybody here. So please come out, enjoy it, and stick with us. We'll be here all day, y'all. Not me, but somebody gonna be here all day. It's not gonna be me though.
Yes. Also, one of my other favorite things is looking and seeing what's going on behind the scenes.
Yeah.
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 But now we're gonna hop. We're gonna go to a break really quickly.
Yeah, I'm gonna go read me a book,
Enough
y'all.
of us yapping.
Right, we have 107 days is over here. Okay, I might have to read that while I'm on break, y'all. Okay, thank y'all so much. See y'all soon. Trojan Marching Band is about to kick off the festival and bring in that good spirit of Troy. So let's go over to Leo and see what he has to say. What's going over there? I mean, you see the people coming on in, so which means I can imagine what's over there on the stage. Hey, Leo, how you doing this morning?
Hi, it's Leo. I'm at the USC main stage. So right now, band is already on the stage, having the opening speech of the folks, of the people from as well as our university president.
Okay, cool. So President Kim is over there. So Leo, who are you seeing coming in? You see a lot of families. You see a lot of just older people with their shades. Like, what is it looking like over there by the stage?
Absolutely. I got a chance to talk with people before this. We have so many people in South Park right now. We have been here for their family, for their friends, from they just learned it from social media. They came from Good Highland Park and every corner of Los Angeles for this occasion.
Yeah, have you gotten a chance to ask them what they're looking forward to, what their plans are for the rest of the day, where they're going to stop by at the festival?
Yes, some of them for here, a special offer they are in favor of. Some here for look around and purchase some books, family or friends for the holidays.
So what are you looking forward to most today, Leo? Even though you're reporting, like you still get to enjoy the festival as well. What are you looking forward to doing today?
Absolutely. For me, I have a also in my mind, but now I see so many booths and be curious and want to learn of them. I try to books for me, come back home and read approaching the end of the semester.
Yeah, that's super exciting. And I'm not sure if you can describe to us what's going on at the moment right now. Is there a lot of movement? Are people sort of settling into place?
Absolutely. For here at the stage, there are a big crowd of people in front of the stage. And right now, the opening speech and everyone is filming for the start of the festival.
Oh my God. I mean, we can kind of hear some things. It sounds like, there's a lot of good stuff going on over there. We might have to come join y'all. So are you excited for the Trojan Band to come and kick it off and show the real spirit of Troy for all of our visitors today on campus?
Absolutely. The Trojan Band will play until 10:35,
Okay.
and they will after 10:15 and then in like 5 minutes. So absolutely everyone can I think very soon.
I mean, we've got some good speakers coming in today. Like, did you see anybody on the headlines that you might be interested in seeing? Or is it kind of just going to different booths and then just being like, okay, I'm going to go back to my room after?
Okay, I think for now, all the booths are process of preparation. So like all the authors are in the way of finding their own bosses. I did not see any in the main stage, and there are crowds of coming in. So I think later on I will try to go around and see more people in my mind.
Okay.
Yeah, and how can any of our listeners find the USC main stage?
I think the stage at the plaza. First of all, you can see here, but now after all, you can see the statue of Cody and also the statue of the White House. This is a typical. You can it's at the Trousdale Parkway. Oh, and we have a big stage with a screening Los Angeles Festival of Book here. So absolutely, it's an obvious place you can find and take photo and meet your friend.
So Leo, tell me this, as a journalist, you go through so many types of weather when you report on stories. I mean, this is some beautiful weather that we're seeing today. What are you feeling like being out there reporting on this beautiful Saturday morning?
Today it's perfect. I see people enjoy the weather, come here with their families. As a journalist, I think I see potential stories happening. Not authors, but also for people coming here. You can hear not much playing.
Okay, yeah.
And do you have any tips for listeners or attendees of the festival for how they can take advantage of the day? Extra sunscreen, maybe, or
extra water, stuff like that.
Yeah, I think I'll get yourself with some water. I know today is a little bit hotter than this. And also, I think there are always maps on the way. Check the maps and see the buses you prefer. I know we will have here. So, be prepared and close with your friends and family.
Absolutely. I mean, Leo, I might have to even take you up on the advice of getting me some extra sunscreen. So even though we're in the shade, I feel like as soon as I get back out into the heat, it's gonna be like, whoo, whoo, whoo. Now, what is your favorite type of book to read? I mean, we are at the Festival of Books. So, what do you like to read yourself when you're in your leisure time?
For me, my favorite type of books is absolutely mysterious books.
Okay.
And I think, attend some panels today to learn some of their new books and try to read some of them later on.
Okay. I like mystery books. Yeah.
Yeah, me as well. Well, Leo, thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us and giving us a little insight on what's happening over by the main stage.
All right, Leo. Have a good time over there.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I mean, just hear the band, y'all. They're going in.
Special guest, Vanessa Acero.
Hi, Vanessa. Thank you so much for being here. So, Vanessa just published a book called Now is the Journey. It's about cleft palates and cleft lips and craniofacial developments. And so, I just wanted to chat with you about this workbook and what it means to you. Why do you think this is a story that is so important to be told right now?
Well, thank you so much, Luke. I think it's really important because we need more support in the mental health and emotional wellness community, and bringing more awareness to differences overall in the community, and also in the cleft and craniofacial space, where a lot of the treatments are focused on medical well-being and really necessary, but it's also equally important to manage and navigate the emotional journey that is complex at times through navigating procedures and surgeries.
Yeah. So this book is targeted for kids to work through it, maybe adults too. What do you want people to get out of it when they are using this book, when they are filling in, drawing, whatever? What do you want them to feel and get out of it?
I want the children to feel empowered, a sense of ownership and self-discovery, and reclaim themselves and learn more about their identity and empowerment in the space of the medical setting. They can ask questions, and they're safe in their body as well. Oftentimes there are nonverbal symptoms that are presented, such as anxiety, that can manifest in the body. So that sense of awareness as to different cues of emotions. And parents can work simultaneously to also learn and help guide the children.
Yeah, that's awesome. Okay, so we were just chatting. You're going to translate this into Spanish. Why is that so important to do? Why do we want to reach such a large audience?
It's important to reach a large audience because we want to have accessibility in community spaces. And sometimes in marginalized communities, we don't always have the same access to care. So making sure that there's equal representation in all aspects and languages is really important.
Yeah, awesome. And then how'd you come up with this story, and how did it come to you? Was it an idea, maybe an image?
Well, I worked with an amazing illustrator that's a clinical anapostologist that helps bring the vision to life. I wanted a book that represented differences, so a lot of the images are custom with cleft palate or traits and microtia and different conditions. So I was thinking about it, and I've been working a long time just trying to figure out how I could provide a resource to the community that would give back and be able to reach a large population for accessibility.
That's awesome. And then as a sort of finishing question, what do you want people to know about this experience of the people portrayed in this book, and how do you think we as a society can sort of make awareness more accessible?
I want people to know that they can empower themselves, and if you're born with any type of difference, that you can still work through it and you are equally as important and loved unconditionally.
Yeah.
And that there are resources if you're struggling with any type of mental or emotional hardship. This workbook means a lot to me as well because I was born with a craniofacial.
Yeah.
So it really just brings it full circle to being able to give back.
Yes.
And to bring awareness to children that are going through similar experiences as to what I navigated, and now have an additional tool to be able to help themselves and build that sense of autonomy and independence.
That's awesome. This is amazing. Thank you so much for coming on our show. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, thank you. Back to you, Sophia and Malcolm.
All right, thank you so much for coming on. I mean, something as wonderful as a children's book can really do a lot for a child. I mean, just seeing themselves in a book that they read, that their parents read to them as early as like 2, 3, 4,
Definitely.
5, 6, it really just does something with a person's motivation, how they see themselves, and how the world sees them as a whole.
No, definitely. And that's something else that I'm really appreciative about when it comes to this festival, is that there's so many different booths dedicated specifically to targeting children
Yes.
and helping with their literacy, their empowerment, showing them representation. And I think that it's just, there's no words to describe how important that is, really.
I remember as a kid, up until I was about 7 or 8, it was like every night my parents would be like, pick a book and we're going to read it together. And at the time, I really didn't understand like what that really meant. I was like, we have to read again. But now as I'm 21, I'm really understanding that reading is so fundamental, and that when you start early like that, it really just does something to it. Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and take a little break. Yeah, let's take a little break, yeah.
We're joined now at the Children's Tent by Ide Cepeda, who has been out there talking to parents and watching a live music performance. Ide, what's going on at the Children's Tent?
Good morning. I was here at the Children's Tent. The morning was opened by Andrew and Polly, a Grammy-nominated music duo that makes children's music. So I spoke to some parents from the LA area who said that they brought their kids here bright and early on a Saturday morning because they like the encouraging message of the music.
Absolutely. So what do you think is so important about getting children to read at such a young age like that?
Well, I think especially these messages of hope, and there's actually an author called Dr. Becky about how kids react to, like how their parents treat them and how sometimes kids get really frustrated. So just kind of listening to those cues and understanding that kids are like sponges. They're taking in everything for the first time.
Yeah, and can you describe a little bit more about the scene? Is it a lot of moving parts? Are people kind of settled in? Are people like running around? Is it interactive performance? Give us more of the scene.
The performance was definitely interactive. They were going through the audience and saying hi to people, asking them what their favorite place to go was, and then singing with the names of the audience and their songs. And now it's pretty settled down because there's an author here speaking, but lots of kids, lots of parents, and yeah, I would say the seats are about half full.
Yeah, what's the main age demographic that you're noticing? Is it super young kids, slightly on the older side?
I would say it's mostly young kids. There's lots of kids in strollers, but there's also some kids that look to be around like kindergarten age. Most of the parents here said that their kids are still in school or preschool.
And so outside of the tent, are there any other activities for the kids to do? Like, is there like a spacewalk over there, just like other things to get them to play? Because you know those kids have so much energy. I don't know if a book could really hold them for the rest of their ride. I was like, I had a lot of stuff that I wanted to do.
Yeah, for sure. There's lots of tents around here they're decorated with like kids books. Like there's one about the ocean and it has a wheel that you can spin and learn about ocean animals. And they were also giving away crowns from a picture book about princesses.
I like that.
Wow, definitely. And I had another quick question. Where can we find this children's tent? Where are you at? How can I find this? Sounds fun even for me.
Yeah, I want to come get me a children's book too. Yeah.
This is right in front of Levy Library and McCarthy Quad.
Amazing.
Sounds
Absolutely
great,
amazing. Yeah. Okay, great. Well, thank you so much for stopping in with us. And we're going to take a little break.
The LA Times Festival of Books takes place this coming Saturday and Sunday at USC, and with ARN will be broadcasting live from its booth near Doheny Library. Emma Kahn spoke with the Festival of Books organizer to learn more about how this huge event is put together.
Exhibitor tents began popping up all over the USC campus a few days ago in preparation for the Festival of Books. Chris Conrad, production manager for the Festival of Books, says organizers like to load in early to avoid bothering students.
You know, being that it's a working campus, we definitely want to work around students and be as little of an inconvenience as we can.
Conrad has been working the Festival of Books for 17 years, and despite working as a manager for other productions, he finds this to be one of the more special ones.
It's different than a lot of other events I do. Like the atmosphere is different. People are very engaged and happy about it, and like come here, and it's a very family-oriented event.
The Festival of Books started in 1996 with the aim of bringing people who love to write books together with those who love to read them. After 15 years at UCLA, the festival moved to USC's University Park campus in 2011. According to Conrad, this has made the production side of things a lot easier.
USC is flat. I don't know if you've been to UCLA, but there's some hills and things that make it a lot more physically demanding, and there's more available space at USC.
According to Conrad, there's a lot of student involvement in the festival. Recreational sports teams volunteer their time to help exhibitors move in, and in return, the festival will donate some money to these clubs. This year, rugby, taekwondo, and the women's water polo team are helping out.
We have several stage managers who work on our stages, are USC alumni or current students. We engage clubs to help with various elements on the volunteer side, but we make a donation to the clubs.
If you're attending the festival, Conrad recommends downloading the LA Times Festival of Books app, which has all the information on the schedules, exhibitors, and more. For Annenberg Media, I'm Emma Kahn.
And that's all the time we have for this episode. Tune in at the top of the hour for more coverage. Liam Wadey and Lizzie Leoto executive produce this episode, and Dejalyn Satcher produced this episode.
Tate Harahan runs our soundboard. Nina Mudeth is our live stream manager, and Derek Renfro composed our theme music. We had help from Leo Lee, Heidi Cepeda, and Luke Merrill.
Thank you so much for joining us on this special episode of our LA Times Festival of Books coverage. Subscribe to From Where We Are wherever you're listening right now, and follow us on our Instagram at Annenberg Media. I'm Malcolm Farrell.
And I'm Sophia Ainsworth. From all of us at Annenberg Radio, wherever you are, we hope you join us next hour for
From Where We Are. Thank y'all so much. Good morning and welcome to From Where We Are, stories of news and culture through the lens of Southern California and USC. We're coming to you live from USC for our special coverage of this year's LA Times Festival of Books. I'm Malcolm Farrellette.
And I'm Sophia Ainsworth. We're coming to you live from right outside of Doheny Library in the heart of the book festival itself. Real Housewives of Beverly Hills star Lisa Rinna is wrapping up her time on the main stage right now. And in a little bit, right next door to us over here at the ARN booth actually, Miss Tina Knowles, author of Matriarch, will take the stage at 12:50 p.m. It's Saturday, April 18th.
Coming up on the show, we're going to talk to Oak Tree Comics, but before that, we're going to have our very own Liam Wadey coming to talk to us about him going to the awards last night. But stay tuned for more of that.
Cyclops, a sloth mermaid, a jaguar harpy? These are just some of the creatures that populate the Oak Tree Comics booth at the Festival of Books. All three are part of a series of 60 endangered animal, mythical creature hybrids that the company created. They're part of an interactive rainforest environment that Oak Tree Comics is building for young readers. Among the rest of the experience, a waterfall set, performed book readings, and the opportunity to create your own mythical animal hybrid. Here's Oak Tree Comics founder Josh Oaktree. And before you ask, Oaktree is a pen name. His last name is Eichenbaum. It means oak tree in German.
It's going to be immersive when you explore the booth. There's different things you can do. You can create your own weird animal. You can sit down and lounge by this amazing waterfall. That's production designed by another USC student, Anik Panja. So it's going to be really special. The whole point is highlighting wildlife conservation through imagination.
In addition to Panja, USC students have been involved in designing the sets, creating the ideas, and will be performing the book readings. Oaktree founded the company in the middle of the COVID-19 induced shutdowns, with the aim to create comics and children's books with an environmental message.
Oaktree Comics was essentially my sourdough starter. So I was like, okay, my jobs are on hold. And it really allowed me to take a step back, to pause and think about the type of stories I wanted to be putting out in the world.
The company sells stickers for each of the hybrid creatures. It also sells 5 different books, several ebooks, and a variety of branded merchandise. This will be Oaktree Comics' 5th time at the Festival of Books.
So founded Oaktree during the pandemic. As soon as there were events, I wanted to be out forming community, and LA Times Festival of Books is one of the biggest and best festivals and most joyful ones. So I've done it, I think, 5 times now, and it is just an amazing opportunity to connect with readers and, again, to form community. So that's the reason why we wanted to expand and make it something really special.
Though Oaktree is not an illustrator, he says, as a former screenwriter, the storytelling and cooperation skills transfer over to his new role.
In going to AFI, I learned about collaboration and I really value it. So what I love as a children's book author, there's a couple things I love, but I love getting to collaborate with artists and the creative back and forth.
Oaktree says this is the first year that the company has signed with a distributor, meaning that its books will be widely available starting in the fall. The company is under booth 596 on McCarthy Quad, near the children's stage. For Annenberg Media, I'm Nicholas Corral.
That was Oaktree Comics. They're returning to the Festival of Books for the 5th time. And as you heard, Nicholas Corral had the story.
This weekend at the LA Times Festival of Books, Spotify spotlights the realm of audiobooks and podcasts, and steamy story narrators take the stage. We spoke with Tor Tom, narrator of the audio series and hockey romance hit Heated Rivalry, about the art of performing intimacy and emotion. Alice Thaxton has the story.
Today I had the pleasure of sitting down with Tor Tom, narrator of the Heated Rivalry audiobook series.
Most talked about prospects in the world, Canada's Shane Hollander and Russia's Ilya Rozanov.
Tor has narrated over 700 romance novels throughout his career and will be attending the LA Times Festival of Books this weekend on the USC campus. So to start off, could you talk to me about how you got into narration?
People had commented over the years about my voice.
So I know you've narrated the Heated Rivalry series long before it became a phenomenon. Did you know that the book and Game Changers would take off like it has?
It's a great question. I would love to tell you, oh, absolutely. You know, it's very, very clear. The truth is that in publishing, figuring out what books will succeed is a very, very difficult gamble, really. And sometimes the secret sauce as to why one book succeeds and another doesn't is an enigma. It is a mystery. Whenever I read Rachel's books, they're well written. The characters are developed. There's obviously a lot of heat. To go back, if you had told me when I submitted those files in the fall of 2019, oh, this is going to become, a global phenomenon and everyone's going to be talking about this, I would have said, oh, wow, that's great. I mean, did I necessarily think that at the moment? No.
So how do you prep yourself for more steamy parts of the book?
Yeah, you prepare ahead of time. I mean, you read the content so you kind of know what you're flying into, so to speak.
Yeah.
And then you just act. You just kind of lean in and try to vocalize that and help the listener lose themselves.
Having a good night? Rozanoff asked cheerfully. His hazel eyes sparkled the way they always did when he was talking to you, Hollander growled. Still time for a hat trick, I think. Rozanoff mused, his English barely comprehensible between his thick accent and his mouth guard. Should I do it now or wait until last minute?
In some ways, the job of a narrator is very simple. That is, you vocally distinguish characters, right? So that they can tell who's talking.
Yes.
And moving on from that, you try to inhabit the emotions, the space of that. And you try, sometimes with more or less success, to not pull the listener out of the experience. And so you just kind of lean in. And so whether it's a fight scene, it's a chase scene, it's a sex scene, whatever it is, you try to lean into that and hopefully let it feel more authentic. I will say that again, between 2019 and now, that I would say on the whole, audiobook narrators are leaning more and more and more into emotion.
Mm-hmm.
And being less kind of reserved. And there's a lot of reasons for that. Listeners seem to really want that.
With the success of Heated Rivalry, people have become more familiar with the hockey romance genre. When you have a male-dominated sport like hockey, what do you find interesting about introducing romance to that world?
For good or bad, hockey is not necessarily known a socially progressive space. Let's just say it like that.
Yes, I understand.
That's not really what hockey is known for, and so it's almost a subversive act that many of these authors are doing. With that, they're taking this space, which is a hyper masculine. Hockey can be very violent. It's not uncommon for fights to actually full on break out, and you just kind of let them go. And it's in some ways very subversive and genius.
Well, that's all I have for you, unless you want to add anything. Any last comments?
I always tell people live, love, and listen. And I also say, and I say this broadly, if men want to understand women more fully and more wholly, read more romance. The financial success of romance indicates that it is a valid roadmap to understanding the thoughts, wishes, wills, dreams, hopes, desires, and the imaginations of women. And I think the world would be a better place and men and women would get along better.
For Annenberg Media, I'm Alice Stack.
I'm Sophia Ainsworth. We're glad you're with us for our LA Festival of Times book coverage.
And I'm Malcolm Farrellette. It's 8 minutes past the hour. Coming up, we sit with executive producer Liam Wadey and visit the Spotify stage. You don't want to miss it. See y'all soon. To preview the Festival of Books, the Los Angeles Times held their special book prize ceremony, honoring the best novels of 2025. During the winner's speeches, honorees weren't shy when it came to criticizing the current political state of America. Our own executive producer, Liam Wadey, is live to talk about these standout moments. Welcome to the show, Liam.
Yes, I'm very happy to be on the show today for this very special LA Times coverage.
So since you were there, how was the ceremony? Take us there. Paint a picture for us.
Paint the picture. So there was many authors there. I had a lot of authors that I was very excited to also see, like there was Brian Washington. Well, Brian Washington didn't end up showing up, but he ended up writing Memorial, which is a very popular novel that came out a couple years ago. And surprisingly, at the award ceremony, it was extremely political. There was a lot of political speeches from many of the winners, including Amy Tan, who was honored one of the highest awards of the night for her work contributing to American literature. And during her speech, she had a lot to say about birthright citizenship. Her parents immigrated here from Asia, and she was born in Oakland, California, but because her parents are immigrants, now her birthright citizenship has been questioned now because she comes from immigrant parents, even though she literally was born here in America. So I think right now we should throw it to Amy Tan's speech to hear from her herself.
Until last month, I just want to say that I never had to question what it meant to be an American writer. I, as has been told, am a birthright American, born to two people who lost their student visas and could not return to China. My birthright and that of millions of others is now being argued before the Supreme Court. And no matter what the outcome is, it's been a kick in the gut to know that those in the highest echelons of government and those who support them believe that we don't belong.
Wow. I can't believe we're in the state of America when someone who was actually born in the United States has to even think about if their own citizenship is credible or not. Mm-hmm. We love you, Amy.
What were your thoughts on Amy Tan's speech, Liam?
I will admit I did get emotional listening to it. I'm also from Oakland, California, so I was like, yes, I'm from Oakland, represent. From the Bay Area. But it's just so heartbreaking that right now it's become such a struggle trying to define ourselves as American and just feeling like, oh, do we even want to celebrate what it means to be an American currently in the time period we're in. And I think Amy Tan's speech really put into perspective what it means to be an American artist right now. Because right now, so many artists, they don't have any other choice but to make political work because of who they are as a person. And her speech, I just thought, was very powerful. And there was other speeches throughout the night that also really went there. We Need Diverse Books, that was provided the Innovator Award at the festival. They spoke a lot about the work they're doing with banned books, because right now, with the administration that we are currently in, there's so much censorship with the stories that we're trying to tell, and We Need Diverse Books has been doing a lot of work to highlight the diverse stories that deserve to be told. So that was also something that was spoken a lot about at the ceremony. And I was just very happy that the writers weren't afraid to speak out against an administration that isn't rooting for the American people. We are an administration that isn't working for the American people, they're working for ourselves, and it's very awesome being able to hear these huge writers open up about what's going on in our political world right now.
So can we get into some of the specific speeches? I mean, you talked about writers as well, but some of the specific speeches aside of Amy's that really stood out to you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so there was another speech by one of the presenters who is a book owner of Octavia's, which is one of the, I forgot necessarily who the author was named after, but that is a small business that highlights a lot of Black authors.
Octavia's Bookshelf in Altadena?
Yes! Oh my God, yes. Okay.
Yeah.
See, you know what I'm talking about. So that was also a very powerful speech, being like, we deserve to hear voices from marginalized communities, because how else are we supposed to learn about other people and gain empathy without hearing from all of these diverse perspectives. So I very much applaud the Los Angeles Times Book Prize for having those sort of categories to highlight these people, because they were highlighting people not just with the finalists and like people who were winning the awards. They would have Octavia's the owner of Octavia. She was a presenter, and they used a lot of the presenters to like highlight so many like small business owners, publicists, a lot of people that are librarians, people who are just like people who are pioneers for literature. They took advantage of a lot of that with the presenters to highlight those people, which I appreciate a lot. And there was also a lot of speeches that were about how AI shouldn't be something that should take over art. That was a huge topic of conversation. There was also a little bit of a dig at Sam Altman at the ceremony. So if Sam Altman is listening, just letting you know.
You got shaded.
Yeah, there was a little bit of shade there, but that was also another common thing, that AI is not going to be able to take away fiction, art. It shouldn't be a vessel for knowledge. We are that vessel of knowledge. And Sylvia Park, who was the one who spoke a lot about that in her interview, she wrote a book about like AI. She won also for speculative fiction in that category. She spoke a lot about in her speech about like AI and how it shouldn't take over art. So that was another speech where things got a little more political.
Yeah, and it sounds like a lot of front of mind issues for a lot of people today were discussed, whether it's artists and their ability to get involved in politics, or AI and its intersection with all of that. But I know you also got an interview yourself with Amy Tan. Can we listen to that right now?
Yeah, let's go take a listen. I'm starting. So can you tell me what it means to be an American writer today, just based off of your speech today when you were talking about being an American writer in today's society? So I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
As Americans, we have assumptions about what our world is like, what it operates under, the rules of civility, what our rights are, and I never really thought about it that much until this year, when my birthright citizenship had become a debate, now being considered in the Supreme Court. And it's not just me, it's millions and millions of people. It may only affect, in the beginning, children born later, but it can be retroactive with a president whose mode of operation is retribution. So free speech these days means something different to me as a birthright American. But I will keep, more than ever, cherishing what that means and defining what that means to me as a birthright American.
And then my last question is, I'm from Oakland, California, and yeah, so I was very excited to hear that you're also from Oakland, California. My mom is also a big fan of the Joy Luck Club. That's like one of her favorite novels. Yes, so is there anything you would like to say about since you've been working as a writer and as an artist for so long, what would you say about the current authors who are starting out and who are trying to start off in this world with like AI and the technology? What would you say to those people?
Things are they're so much more different than they were when I was starting out as a writer. For one thing, I was probably the only Asian American writer at the time. So things are better in that way, that there's a lot of room for different voices. But at the same time, it's harder, I think, for people to feel they can rise above the noise and to say what they really need to say. It requires finding your own authentic voice, for one thing, and what moves you. And with the knowledge as you write that whatever it is, it's worth it in the moment, no matter what happens, whether you get published immediately or it's going to take a while. And that requires just knowing what's important and then keeping at it. And with that kind of knowledge, just what's at stake for yourself, what's at stake in terms of what you're writing about, and also the craft of your writing. That is what can help you persevere until you're published.
And Liam, can you tell us a little bit more about the other people that you spoke to at the festival?
Yeah, so like I said before, I spoke to the speculative fiction winner Sylvia Park for her book Luminous. I also spoke to the winner of Best Poetry, Allison Bennis White, and me and Luke, who is my reporter that also went with me onto the scene, Luke Merrill. We also spoke to the Dean of Libraries, Melissa Just. So check out for those interviews in the later half of today's show or tomorrow's show.
Thank you so much, Liam. Oh my God. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for having me.
Yes. And coming to us live now at Spotify's audiobook and podcasting stage in Founders Park is Leo Lee. Leo, what's going on over there at the podcasting and audiobook area?
I'm right now at the podcast and radio. I was just at a panel, audiobook and podcast stage. Master of the mic. We were excellent for audiobook narrators, and we have people there listening further about how they begin their career and what are their working methods to turn from an author to narrator in an audiobook.
Yeah, what stood out to you?
I think it's interesting because actually I am a physical book reader. Turns out audiobook is and they need to become character. Most of them actors or actresses before to be a little bit detective, learning to being a character as a man, to create a character as an adult. They learn body language, their positions. Really interesting process for us.
So with podcasting becoming like with podcasting becoming like a really big thing in our generation. You know, I can imagine a lot of people being over there, like is the stage crowded, like what's really going on over there? I can imagine people fighting to get to the front of the stage, especially with Spotify being a big sponsor.
Right now we have basically every city is all there, and I have talked with people before the panel, and the tip they give me is always get there. You can get a seat on so that it's easier. And some people at the square have experienced. Some of them read audiobook for over 10 years. Some of them are just their first year audiobook. They both share the excitement of meeting those narrators life, and also as well as they have audiobooks and podcasts for their role in their busy life, can listen to them in commuting and are a great replacement for their daily life.
Yeah, and what has been the most exciting part about this for you since you're on the scene?
I think absolutely. I think for me it's a way of learning read book in another version because one reader I interviewed, he sent me a book called, and she mentioned that the male narrator here today is super sexy. Really excites her so much. I mean, it's a good way, and it's a very way to reading audiobooks from a book. And I think personally, I will try the book recommended by my interviewees today.
Absolutely. And so we know there's a panel going on right now. Who are some other people that you might see that might be coming onto the stage later? I can imagine the stage will be packed all weekend. Who could we expect to see today, possibly?
I talked with the director of editorial for Spotify, Katie Del Rose. She introduced to us about the panel signings are going on. And today and tomorrow we'll have paneling here, and there are paneling this afternoon, not only by Spotify people. It starts around 3:30 and one a bit later. So it's always free time to come here and listen to someone speak their experience. And for the signing, we'll have 3 signings this later afternoon at the Founder Park Square 5 booth.
Yeah, great. And thank you so much, Leo. That was lovely to hear from you. And that's all we have time for on this
No worries.
And that's all we have time for on this episode. Tune in at the top of the hour for more coverage. Liam Wadey and Lizzie Leoto executive produced today's show. Daishlin Satcher produced today's show.
Ted Harahan runs our soundboard, and Nina Muthadat is our live stream manager, and Derek Renfro composed our theme music. We had help from Leo Lee, Haiti Kepti, and Michael Liu and Luke Merrill.
Thank you so much for joining us on this special episode of our LA Times Festival of Book coverage. Subscribe to From Where We Are wherever you're listening right now, and follow us on Instagram at Annenberg Radio. I'm Sophia Ainsworth.
And I'm Malcolm Farrellet. From all of us here at Annenberg Radio, wherever you are, we hope that you join us again for the next hour for
From Where We Are.
Thank y'all so much.
Southern California and USC. We're coming to you live from USC for our special coverage of this year's LA Times Festival of Books. I'm Lizzie Solorzano.
And I'm Kendall Gale Washington. We're coming to you live right outside of Doheny Library in the heart of the book festival itself. Guys, it's really busy out here. So many people, so many vendors. I'm so excited. It is Saturday, April 18th, and we have a great show for you today.
Coming up on this show, we sit down with Pony Trick, stop by their performance, and talk to Leslie Klinger. Stay tuned.
Leslie is the president of the SoCal chapter of the Association of Mystery Writers of America. He is here with us live in the tent. Welcome, Leslie.
Thank you.
We're so happy to have you. Now, can you tell us a little bit about your career in mystery writing?
My career started back in around 2002 when I sold my first commercial book. It was the new annotated Sherlock Holmes. But since it was in the mystery genre, I knew that I wanted to be part of the community. So I joined the Mystery Writers of America. And I was amazed to find how many members, I knew their names, they were well-known authors, and they all had day jobs.
So can you tell us, what is it that you love about mystery?
Well, for me, it's about the sense of order that you get from mysteries. Things work out generally. It may take a while, it may take a lot of effort, but we can count on things in the long run turning out right. And that's very satisfying. Of course, life isn't always that way, so it's nice to have some experiences that are that way.
Nice. Now, we heard you have a history with Sherlock Holmes, as you mentioned. Now, tell me, why did you want your first books to be a Sherlock Holmes book?
Well, I started reading Sherlock Holmes when I was in law school, and I was fascinated by this character who had existed for more than 100 years and fascinated so many people. And I discovered that there was this cult of amateur scholars. We call ourselves Sherlockians. And I wanted to be part of that community. The character of Sherlock Holmes that I admired, I mean, here's a man dedicated to the pursuit of justice. He's not a law enforcement person, he's on the side of justice. And that's appealing. It's idealistic, but it's appealing.
Are there any new mystery releases that we should look out for?
Oh, well, there's constantly new ones. I mean, there are hundreds published every year. I'm also the editor of something called the Library of Congress Crime Classics series, which is what it sounds like. It's older books. We're sort of at this point 1860-something to 1960-something. There are so far 23 books in the series, all different eras. And I think that they're important reads because they remind us of the history of our own country and who we were and how we can be better.
Now, Leslie, tell me, before we wrap up here, if people want to get involved with mystery writing, what do you suggest is the best avenue for them to pursue? I mean, so many people are out there aspire to be writers, but they just never really step their foot in it.
Well, the first secret to being a writer is to write. I mean, you just got to keep doing it. And you keep editing it and throwing it away and redoing it and showing it to other people and saying, what do you think? But there are also organizations. The Mystery Writers of America is 80 years old. We are dedicated to lifting the craft and lifting the genre generally. We try and put on programs regularly for writers about how to sell your book, how to build your book, how to research your book, and all that. Another fine organization is Sisters in Crime, which has a chapter here in Los Angeles as well. So those kinds of opportunities to network with other writers and learn about the craft and learn about the market and learn about sort of who's a good agent, who's a good publicist, who's a good publisher, etc. I think those are very valuable for beginning writers.
Definitely. Well, Leslie, thank you so much for sitting here and talking with us today. You've just made us even more excited about the book festival.
It's my pleasure. I hope people will stop by our booth.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you, Leslie.
Okay, guys, books aren't the only thing that will be at the Festival of Books this weekend. Among the music acts performing is Pony Trick, a band formed here at USC consisting of students. David Sosa spoke with 3 of their members, keyboardist Jacob Egan, drummer Zach Freyer, and vocalist/guitarist Sarah Hunn, about their new music.
First off, thank you for coming in and taking the time to talk to us about your songs as well as your performance. And, you know, you're premiering a new song called Dizzy at the Festival of Books. Could you give us a preview of that song, what it's about, and why you decided to sing about bugs specifically?
The first verse is kind of about like a dragonfly, and it's like about
like I don't know. I think what I was inspired for this song because when I was a kid, if you went outside and you found a dragonfly sitting on like a branch or like a tree, I don't even know what they sit on, but you can catch a dragonfly if you put your finger and you like go like this and make a circle around them because their eyes like get really dizzy. They get confused. And then you can
Is that what the song's
Yes,
about?
it's about that's how I got the inspiration because I used to
I did
catch
not know that.
dragonflies when I was like in kindergarten
By doing
by confusing them and then catching them because their eyes would like go in different directions so they would like get dizzy.
That's really funny.
And
I
then-
didn't know that.
Like that's like
Anyways.
walk around like
Yeah, I was
So
like
Sarah's a sadistic bug catcher.
yeah.
is what we're hearing?
But yeah, I forgot that was like the inspiration. I feel like it's very like reminiscent of like childhood and like nostalgia.
In the spirit of festival books, literature itself could be a source of inspiration for music, and you said that was the case for one of your songs that you've released before, "The Wait." Could you just talk to me about what exactly inspired you to write that song?
I think it might have been a poem that I just like found and then I kind of was inspired by it. I think it was the lyric was like, "Your mind is so big, I want to crawl right in." And then that I was like, that's such a good idea for a song. And then I kind of like had an idea for a lyric like that, and then that's how it kind of that one kind of started.
oh, that's
He knows the lyrics. They know the lyrics.
We do.
Dissecting, infecting, something.
Okay.
No,
I know. Am I wasting my time? Because
one, I
that's
know that
the
one.
cue for me to come in.
You're so nice, it's driving me crazy. Are you being nice or do you wanna call me baby? Tell me before it's too late.
Could you also just talk about what it was like to write Dizzy and then kind of present it to the band?
I was like writing a song with my friend Stella and like kind of like went off and just like was playing around and like I came up with like the beginning chord progression and I was like, wait, let me record this. And then I think for when I got my songwriting assignment, I like went back to it and then I wanted to kind of like finish the song. And it was actually so like I think I wrote that song in like 30 minutes. Like I wrote the whole song and I feel like for me it's like I either can write a song, get it done in like 20 to 30 minutes, or I'm not finishing that song. And then I was just like, guys, I wrote a bug song. And then I sent the voice memo to the group chat, the pony chat, and I got ignored actually. And I was like, wow, they hate this song and we're never playing this.
It's because we spam that group chat with the most meaningless nonsense.
And I was like, guys, listen to my bug song.
And then you don't like bugs at all.
I just meant that like that was like I think that was part of why at first I was like, oh no, this is gonna be like really bad. And then I was like, actually, this is really good.
Sarah would never write bad songs.
I know that now.
Good songs only.
On that note, why did you decide to premiere the song at Festival of Books?
It's because it's Festival of Books. It kind of sounds like bugs. And
Festival of Bugs. Oh, I've been like, guys, it's a Festival of Bugs. I've been saying that a lot. I don't know. I think it's like, yeah, the timing of when I kind of wrote the song and then we brought it to like our band rehearsals. We had time to flesh it out as a band and really write it. And to me, I think it's very Festival of the Books. It's like kind of a happy, lighthearted song.
What would you say is your favorite song that you guys have written so far, Dizzy?
Yes.
I think for me,
It's definitely my favorite song.
yeah,
You've written.
I think it's really fun. There's like a bridge slash
Those hits.
yeah.
They're fun.
There, I don't know. There's like a lyric I wrote. It's my
Something,
favorite.
something.
It's my
I don't know the
favorite
rest of the
lyric, I think.
lyrics.
It goes, it's like, you can be my heart's topper, grasshopper jumping out of my chest. You've got a gift too that I used to. Yeah, together we make it the best. And like, I don't know. I really had fun writing that.
It's really fun to play.
It's
I
fun to
really
play,
like
too.
playing that song.
Yeah.
Especially the end, the chorus.
out of the Pony
Once
Trick
again.
originals, this is definitely my favorite one. I think it's the coolest one.
That's pretty interesting too, because it's also the first original that's been introduced to you as a.
It also has the most like harmonically like there's like it goes into like more directions than some of the other ones that are like more of like more modal, and it's just like a different type of. I would say it's a different type of song, like in terms of writing.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but because it is about bugs in a way.
Yeah.
Are there like bug-like sounds in the actual
Yes,
song?
I make little bug sounds. And
How'd you make them?
Just hitting like the rims of stuff, and I'm like tapping the brushes on. It sounds like little bugs flapping their wings. I don't know. She said she didn't like what I was playing, and I was like, oh, okay. And so I like did some random stuff.
But
And I was like, how about a bug type beat? And then
And it
I
was
played it, and everybody was like,
good.
oh my god, this is great. And I was
But
like, okay.
when we record it, we're gonna do a bunch of cool.
Oh, we'll have a
sound
lot of
effects and stuff, yeah.
cool. We should do some like field recording.
What would you say it is about Pony Trick that makes it so special and something that everyone in the band likes coming back to?
Our band is special because
We're all
we don't
really good friends.
and like we kind of don't take ourselves very seriously.
No.
I've been told by people we work with that we're very chill and easy to work with, which
Yeah,
is nice.
I've heard from other people, or like even from you guys who play in other bands, like how like serious it can be sometimes. I feel like since we're all like really chill.
And not that we're not going to play well, like we want it to be as good as it can be, but we're not going to be fretting over whether we're having everything go exactly the way we want, because this is how this, industry works. Like nothing
Yeah.
goes the way you plan, so just roll with it.
Merrill. Our very own Luke Merrill caught Lisa Rinna as she was leaving the LA Times stage for an exclusive interview. Here's Luke.
A little bit about Luminous, this novel that you wrote that is very central on a very hot topic in the current conversation, which is AI.
So when I started writing Luminous, it was actually during the pandemic. And I think the pandemic really amplified themes of loneliness and just how isolated everyone felt and how they realized how important community was. So when I was exploring our future and sort of our existence, our relationship with AI, I was really interested more in the intimacy of the relationships and particularly how it's going to reshape our idea of family. And so that's why the book is really about, raising children with artificial intelligence and raising artificial intelligence as our children.
Is 27 minutes past the hour.
And next for you, we are going to play we're just gonna keep talking. And so Lizzie, tell me, how excited are you about the Festival of Books?
Oh my god, I am so excited. I've seen that some people are really prepared. They came in with like full on like cute colored crates. So really, like they are so ready to just fill it with books, and they're rolling it around. So it's like that's really smart that they don't have to carry it.
I haven't seen that before. It just reminds me of like elementary school nostalgia. I thought that was so cool. But you know what this really reminds me of? Did you ever, when you were in elementary school, have like the book fair?
Yes, I
with
love the Scholastic Book Fair.
That was like my
Yes.
favorite thing ever, and it really like stuck for me. Like once I got to middle school, high school, like that was gone. Like I love the book fair, like buying all the Dork Diary stuff. Like we have a competition. You have to guess how many jelly beans were in this jar to get posters. I love the book fair. I love reading. Like being here right now, it's like I literally just want to like look around here. Like I want to go to Barnes and Nobles. I want to go to Half Price Books. I want to go to every single bookstore. I just love books, the smell of books, and everything.
I know, I also love the smell of books, but one thing is that I'm really excited about is just the variety that we see. There are so many genres that I have what I like, and one of those is like romance, but I'm just really excited to explore more. There's so many books that I haven't like looked into, for example, like the mystery genre, I gotta learn more about it.
Definitely. Speaking of Sherlock Holmes, my favorite one, I think it's like The Hound of the Bassinet or something. Okay, yeah, I think it's like The Hound of the Bass. I don't know, but it's Sherlock Holmes and it's good, so you need to go read that. But what about you? Do you have a favorite mystery book?
Do I have a favorite mystery book? You know what? No, I haven't checked it out enough.
But you know what they need to have here, girl? I wish they had a Geronimo Stilton station.
Really?
Yes, I love that rat. Was it a mouse, a rat? Whatever he was, I loved him. But anyways, guys, we have our very own Luke Merrill. He caught up with Lisa Rinna, that's right, Lisa Rinna, as she was leaving the LA Times stage for an exclusive interview. Here's Luke.
What does it mean to write this book? Like with this third memoir, what does it mean?
It means that I am still alive.
So you wrote it with ghostwriters. What was that process like? Did you have a big part in writing it?
I had a huge part in writing it. I didn't actually put pen to paper, but I said all the words that you read, and she just made it into magic.
Okay, amazing. And then let's talk about Real Housewives. Who are you still in contact with? Lisa, Kim, Kyle, Adrian, who are you still talking to and friends with?
I'm friends with Erica, Dorit, Kyle, and Teddy.
Love it. And then do you ever like talk to the other Real Housewives from New York? Sure. Sonia, Bethany, whoever?
Sure, I talked to Luann and Dorinda and,
Ramona.
I see Ramona from time to time, yeah.
Awesome. Love it. Okay, and then my last question. I was a fan of Big Time Rush as a kid.
Oh my God.
Tell me about Big Time Rush and your cameo on that.
It was fun, It was really fun, and the boys were so cute, and I had a great time.
That was a good time.
Yeah.
What project stands out in your past that you really love doing?
Entourage.
Really?
Entourage was amazing.
Oh my God, I love it.
Yeah.
And Traitors, do you like that?
I love Traitors. I loved playing Lynn Eccles for Veronica Mars.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've had
Amazing.
some great stuff. I've been able to do some great things.
Yeah, you have. Thank you.
The 2026 Los Angeles Times Book Prize in Science Fiction, Fantasy, and Speculative Fiction goes to Sylvia Park.
What does it mean to be a science fiction author in the age of AI? Many authors, like Park at the LA Times Book Prize award ceremony, are asking themselves this very question. Park won her book, Luminous, set in a near-future Korea, but Park shows us in her novel that science fiction doesn't just tell us more about the future, it tells us more about the present.
A little bit about Luminous, this novel that you wrote that is very central on a very hot topic in the current conversation, which is AI.
So when I started writing Luminous, it was actually during the pandemic, and I think the pandemic really amplified themes of loneliness and just how isolated everyone felt and how they realized how important community was. So when I was exploring our future and sort of our existence, our relationship with AI, I was really interested more in the intimacy of the relationships and particularly how it's going to reshape our idea of family. And so that's why the book is really about, raising children with artificial intelligence and raising artificial intelligence as our children.
And I remember in your speech you said reality is breaking. Could you elaborate a little bit more on that for me?
So the funny thing is that when my book first came out, a lot of people tried to use terms that I feel like were familiar to them. So they said, this book is dystopian, this book is, cyberpunk, and they were trying to find sort of like these placeholder terms. But I think more and more people started realizing that actually a lot of what was happening in the novel was happening in real life. And that means then that we live in a dystopia. But that's not true. Like we also laugh, we buy coffee, expensive coffee, we have friends, and I think that dystopia actually reduces our experience, and that's why for me the book isn't about, it's not about capturing what is meant to happen or what we're supposed to be afraid of happening. Instead, it's capturing what feels unreal to us. And that's where I feel that reality is starting to fail us, because a lot of people, especially people who feel marginalized or feel silenced, like their existence just feels speculative. It doesn't feel like they fit into the reality that is often seen as the norm. And that's why I think that speculative fiction is particularly powerful for people who feel like they fall in the cracks.
And also something I loved from your speech is when you said that speculative fiction isn't about the future, it's about the now, and what specifically in your novel Luminous tells about the now at the moment.
Oh boy, yes. So I teach in university, and I think what I've realized is that people, a lot of my students, they are so brilliant, but they are afraid that they're not. And they are full of such fear, and that fear drives them to think that there's a right answer to things. And actually, artificial intelligence is a lie to us. It's lying to us that there is a right answer. But when we find out quickly that artificial intelligence feeds us many things that are false, or it hallucinates and makes things up, or sometimes it sources the common denominator. And just because something is the average doesn't mean that it's true. And so I think that, with the reality that we're working with, I'm particularly hoping that students understand that there is so much more potential, that they are the real vessels of intelligence and knowledge, and that they shouldn't be relying on these artificial vessels that are essentially regurgitated and blurred versions of who they are.
My second to last question is also something from your speech again, because I thought it was very inspiring, is when you said that AI shouldn't be like the vessels for knowledge and it should come from us. And I would love to hear more from you about that, also in the sense of like how a lot of people have been discussing about how like, oh, AI could take over art and creative practices. I personally don't think that's going to be the case, but I would love to hear your thoughts on that.
I think when people think that AI would take over art, it's often when we think of it in terms of capitalistic terms, as in what would sell, what would profit. But art isn't just about money. That's why art can sometimes it can exist almost in parallel to money. And oftentimes, the art that I find really brave is where people write or create things where they understand that the world might not receive it. And that's the opposite intention of AI. Because when we're using AI to create art, it's with the intention that the world should receive this, because the world has received versions of this, successful versions of it. And that's why I think that art is going to be so exciting for us when we start to realize that AI, if they want to use it as a tool, use it as a tool, but do not use it as a substitute for your own intelligence and your own creativity.
And my last question is a little fun one. How does it feel to be an award winner tonight?
It's cool.
Thank you so much for this interview. Thank you.
You can check out more of our coverage of the LA Times Book Prizes ceremony further in the show. Joining us now from Ponytric's live performance at the USC stage is Berlin Botianski.
Sean recently broke both his arms, and then he re-broke one of them, so this is like a big deal.
Okay. Well, welcome to the show, Berlin. So tell me, like, what's going on? You said
Please shout out to Jake learning on my parts.
Berlin, can you hear us? All right, well, guys, we're trying to get Berlin on the phone, but hey, Lizzie, what do you think would... Oh, I'm hearing some music. Is that them performing?
I don't know.
Is that their keyboardist? You know, I used to play the keyboard back in the day.
You did?
Yes, I still play the piano, actually. I'm very talented.
Man, maybe you should go up with them. Ponytrick would love you.
They might need my help.
They might, I think.
I think I'm a very, I have classical music experience, so like Mozart, Beethoven, Tchaikovsky. Exactly. And when we would advance with my piano teacher, she would actually give us like statues of each of these like composers,
Wow, wait, how long have you been playing?
That was about 3.
3?
Yeah.
Oh my god, playing the piano and keyboard at 3? Your fingers are so small though.
Yeah, my first teacher, who I had, Miss Stephanie, I was like super healthy as a kid. Like, she would always give me candy, and I would just like store it in my backpack. I never would eat it.
Oh my god, that's so cute.
And then I would get stickers on my my books, like every time I completed like a song.
Amazing.
Have you ever played an instrument, Lizzie?
You know what? I did play the guitar when I was into it, honestly.
Yeah, my dad would always like buy me like little guitars he would get for like $30 and really less than that at like pawn shops.
Well, okay, I was gonna say, where's he going getting guitars for $30?
Yeah. And then like we would just have them like sometimes some of them in the garage because my brother would like dabble in it. So that was like a Christmas gift sometimes he would give me every now and then. And I would like kind of play and strum and try and learn. But I wish I could have like done that. I've also played the violin.
The violin is great. Okay, you're a multi-talented, multi-trick pony.
Don't play with me. I'm not a stallion, but I'm a pony. Oh, that's funny. Okay, well, let's see.
I can't.
I think we're getting some feedback.
I am unmuted.
Berlin, what's up? Can you hear us?
Are we with Berlin now?
Berlin, can you hear us? We can hear you.
Maybe they still got some
Yeah, we
music
can hear
going.
you. We can hear Berlin. Seems like there's some music.
There's still some music, yeah.
Hey, Berlin.
Okay.
Okay. All right, Berlin, you can hear us.
Hey, thank you guys so much for here live, just feet away from Tommy Trojan, where Tony Trick is playing at their largest performance in the history of about 1.5 years of their band. Sarah and the band are playing an original song right now, and we're all just so stoked to hear their new song coming up called Dizzy. It's a brand new song that's really for the Festival of Books.
Not dizziness. Well, that's not a feeling I want to be feeling. But tell me, Berlin, what is the best part of their performance been so far?
I think the best part of this performance so far is just how incredibly the band works together. They have such a good energy that they constantly put out on the stage of real friendship, of real community, and it really sings out on a big stage.
I know you mentioned the song Dizzy, but I want to ask, what has been your favorite song?
My favorite song is actually the first one they played. They completely forgot to mention what the name of it was, but I was just in love with it.
Well, we know where we gonna find Berlin, y'all. He's gonna be a Pony Trick groupie, okay? Now, can we hear a little bit of their performance for a second? I feel like I hear some of it right now.
I hear some of it.
Absolutely.
All right, Berlin. Well, thank you so much for coming in live with us. But hey, enjoy the rest of their performance, and we can't wait to hear how it was. See you soon.
Thank you.
Okay, guys. I know it's sad, but that's all we have time for on this episode. Tune in at the top of the hour for more coverage. I'm Kendall Gale Washington. But hey, Liam Wadey and Lizzie Lulatado executive produced this episode.
Daishlin Satcher produced this episode.
And our soundboard was run by Tate Harahan, and our live stream manager is also here with us. We're so happy to have them. And Derek Refro composed our theme music.
We had help from Luke Merrill, Michael Liu, Brian Nicholas, Berlin Bertiansky, and Griselda.
Thank you guys so much for joining us on this special episode of our LA Times Festival of Books coverage. Subscribe to it from where we are, whenever you're listening right now. And make sure to follow us on Instagram at Annenberg Radio. I'm Kendall Gale Washington.
And I'm Lizzie Solorzano. From all of us at Annenberg Radio, wherever you are, we hope you'll join us for the next hour for From Where We Are.
Good afternoon and welcome to From Where We Are, stories of news and culture through the lens of Southern California and USC. We're coming to you live from USC for our special coverage of this year's LA Times Festival of Books. I'm Kendall Gale Washington.
And I'm Lizzie Solorzano. We're coming to you live from right outside of Doheny Library in the heart of the book festival itself. Right over to our left, we have Tina Knowles talking about her recent book. It's Saturday, April 18th.
Coming up on this show, we visit Lincoln Heights' first bookstore, talk with Book Prize award-winning author Maggie Meg, and we sit down with Benton Savage. Stay tuned.
Benton Savage is the author of the book Wrong Side Out, and here with our reporter Kai Assad to tell us more about the words on the page.
Thank you guys. I'm here with the author Benton Savage. Benton, how's it going today?
It's going well. Enjoying myself out here in Los Angeles, all the way up from Florida.
Yeah, so you are here with your book Wrong Side Out. It is a memoir subtitled Madness Misdiagnosed. Quickly, tell us, what is this book about?
Well, it's not really, it is a memoir in the fact that it's my life story, but it's all about my experience with mental illness. I was diagnosed in 1998 with bipolar and kept that diagnosis for 20 years. And then in 2020, I was diagnosed with schizophrenia and an extreme case of OCD. And actually, the title of this book, I wrote it back in 2009 when I thought I was the last time I was going to be in a mental hospital. And I got out and I wrote this book. And it was actually called The Bipolar Experience because I thought I was bipolar. And then 15 years later, I published the book. I tried to publish it in 2009 or 10. And I published the book under a new title, Madness Misdiagnosed, since I was no longer bipolar.
How have those experiences of mental illness and being in and out of mental hospitals, how have those kind of led to how you wrote this book? How have they experienced how you experienced?
Well, a lot of the book is just, it's what it is it explains my ridiculous behavior. Like, one time I thought I could run across the country. I was in San Francisco. I thought I could run across the country like Forrest Gump. I took off, ran about a mile and a half. Obviously didn't make it. And, that's just one example. That's the funny example. There's some awful examples too. But it's a very honest account of somebody who's off their medication. And because I was not med compliant for a long time. I was off, in and out. I was a terrible patient. And
What do you think is the most important lesson that someone can learn from reading your book?
Well, everybody knows this, but the reason I wrote this book was I got tired of people saying, I'm bipolar as well. I just don't take medication. I just gut it out. I'm like, no. That's not, you may think you're bipolar, but if you're not taking medication, then you most likely are not, because it's very debilitating. All of these are debilitating. I couldn't function without it. I'd be in jail or dead or in a mental hospital without medication. No doubt about it. I would not be around.
How do you think, that experience of going through all these troubles, do you think that you're, what do you think is the type of life that you're living now after going through these experiences and writing this book about it? How would you describe that?
Well, I've been writing, I started writing back in 1998 when I was first diagnosed as bipolar. Somebody said, a lot of people are mentally ill, are artists, and you've been, as a girl actually, and she said, you've written me some nice letters, you might want to write about your experiences. So I was really writing about mental health problems from 1998 on. I write fiction now, I write novels and short stories, but really this memoir is a little bit different than what I normally write. But I've been writing about mental health for 25 years, off and on, and this is the magna cum or whatever.
What type of novels do you write outside of Madness Misdiagnosed?
I write literary novels, the stuff you read in high school and college in your English classes. I'm not that good, but those are my inspirations, so to speak. I wrote a book called, my last novel I published was Free and Satisfied, which is set in Memphis, Tennessee, and it's actually the relationship between a white guy and a black woman. And it kind of goes into, it's not a real serious relationship, but they're toying around with it. And it kind of goes into the idiosyncrasies of how it goes. It's a little tough. It's just a rocky road. Not a rocky road, but just difference.
Absolutely. What do you think in the writing of Madness Misdiagnosed? What was the most important moment where maybe in the process of writing and process of editing and publishing, where you were like, this is something that needs to happen. I need to tell my story?
Like I said, well, I'll tell you what happened. I wrote this book in 2009, tried to publish it, nobody published it. 15 years later, a friend of mine read it. I didn't even thought about it in 10 years. Read it, he's like, Benton, this is absolute. He's bipolar. He's like, it's absolutely the best book I've ever read on mental health. It's so honest. And he's a friend, but he's not really blowing smoke. He's like, this is really important stuff because it's just so honest. I mean, it's just brutal. I mean, you know, I'm just suicide attempts, the whole 9 yards are in that book. I mean, it's awful. It's not a fun read, I'll tell you that much. But I think it's an important read. I really do.
Absolutely. Are there any other writers or people in the literary scene who openly talk about mental health? You know?
Actually, I met a guy at the hotel today. He's a poet, and he was reading The Bell Jar by Sylvia Plath. And I just walked by and like, nice book. And he's like, yeah, we got to talking. But that's a great mental health book, is The Bell Jar. I've read that. It's been a while. Actually, I have a first edition of it. But there's other good ones. I mean, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest is so 60s. That's not really what it is. Mental hospitals are very nice places. Yeah. The people on the staff are so patient with it. They've seen everything. They've dealt with every nonsense in the book. And like One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest gives a bad description of what it is like inside a psychiatric ward. They're very nice, very kind, and very patient.
Yeah. I think our last question, what do you hope people take away from your books?
Take your medicine. I mean, everybody, you know, live a healthy lifestyle. I mean, live a healthy lifestyle, but fundamentally, if you've got a serious mental health, you've got to take the book. And I tell people that this will remove all doubt. Yeah, this person who wrote this book needs to be on mental health medication. That's why I wrote it, was because I got tired of people saying it. I was like, oh, you don't think I need to be on mental health? Let me tell you what's going on in my head. And you tell me I don't need to be on medication. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. At one point, I was going to name it, I am the next president of the United States, because I thought I was going to be president of the United States. So it's that kind of thinking, just over-the-top ridiculousness.
Thank you. Quickly tell me, where can we find Madness Misdiagnosed?
It is available on Amazon, and I've got two other books out there. I wrote a poetry book about 2 years ago called Fortune Cookies, and they're all there for sale on Amazon. Free and Satisfied, Fortune Cookies, and Wrong Side Out.
All right, thank you so much. I'm Kai Assad. This has been Benton Savage, the author of Madness Misdiagnosed, Wrong Side Out. Thank you so much for being here.
I appreciate the time.
Thank you so much, Kai. That was such an insightful conversation, so impactful.
The next thing we want to introduce is that for decades, Lincoln Heights didn't have a bookstore. Now, one shop is fulfilling that gap. But it's more than just selling books. Amy Contreras tells the story.
The Libros, which translates to the books, is tucked between a local ice cream parlor and a car shop on North Broadway, the neighborhood's main artery. It's located directly in the path of students from Lincoln High School. Inside, you'll find shelves lined with volumes you might not see in a typical bookstore. That's because many of them are written by people who live just blocks away.
I would say 80% to 90% of it is local authors.
That's the owner, Jesse Mares.
My intention is to actually introduce local authors to the community. A lot of us live and walk around and we never know that our neighbor's an author. We never know that someone around the corner has written 3-4 books.
One example of the authors featured is Viet Thanh Nguyen, who wrote the 2015 Pulitzer Prize-winning novel The Sympathizer, and is an English professor at USC. He lives around the corner from the Libros. As Mares sees it, the shelves don't just hold books, they reflect the neighborhood.
But my love, sort of speak, has been always books. So I went from curating coffee shops to having a brick and mortar, and I love it.
Growing up in Lincoln Heights, Mares says bookstores weren't something you could just walk to in the East Side.
I started looking at the lack of access to bookstores here. I mean, there isn't any, and I used to, even as I grew up, I would have to go to Barnes & Noble, or I would have to go to Pasadena or Glendale to bookstores. There was none here. And so now...
But instead of building a traditional bookstore, Mares built something more personal. During his days curating the bookshelves of East LA coffee shops like Holy Grounds in El Sereno and Mobar in Montebello, he held book readings. In this way, he slowly began to connect with local writers. That connection is shown through the amount of books that are signed by the authors themselves.
Books are a story about our neighborhoods. It could be Lincoln Heights, Boyle Heights, it could be El Sereno, and these folks actually grew up in these areas.
In a neighborhood that has lacked a bookstore for decades, the Libros is a space that can carry a different kind of weight for community readers like Eddie Silva.
It's a real asset to the community, obviously, and it's not just selling books. It's, having readings, having, like I said, starting relationships, and letting people know that there's, even in this small place, a wealth of knowledge and creativity that you can wrap yourself around.
Jesse Mares says the goal with the Libros is simple.
That's what we need. We need our kids to not be surprised when they see a bookstore. They can come in and say, "What can I pick something up?" And I think that's the change that we want to see in our communities, because education and just knowledge, it's power.
In Lincoln Heights, that shift is already happening, one local story at a time. For Annenberg Media, I'm Amy Contreras.
Up next, Annenberg Media's Luke Merrill had a chance to chat with the audiobook winner for the LA Times Book Awards, Maggie Meg Reed. She shared why she was drawn to the story, how it is impactful, and why audiobooks make such a difference in society. Take a listen.
What drew you to The Correspondent?
I was drawn to The Correspondent through the producer-director who invited me to audition for the author.
Okay.
And the author and the producer together chose me.
Okay.
But having read that little page
Yes.
of the audition, the minute I read it, I thought, I know this woman. She's not my age, but I just feel like I understand her sensibility, and so I badly wanted to do it, and I was really thrilled when the author said, "Yes, we want you to do this."
Was it like any work you had ever done?
This is the first book I have ever done that was told exclusively through letters back and forth.
Yes.
Could be, texts or email or something like that, but it's all written correspondence between Sybil, my character, and the various people in her life.
Right.
That was an interesting thing because there was no immediate dramatic back and forth of dialogue between my character and another, where there would be instant rage or instant tears or laughter or whatever from a spontaneous conversational reaction. Everything in it is considered through time.
So did you interact with the recipients of the letters? or
No,
not
no,
really?
we all worked separately.
Okay.
The producer-director recorded all the recipients first, and then I recorded Sybil, the principal character, at the end, sort of like all in a go. And so we would talk about the passage of time in the life of everyone from one letter to the next to the next.
Okay.
And so we would sort of like build a dramatic arc over time that made the next letter have emotional continuity to what came before, and hopefully further development of the character.
100%. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the award last night. What does that mean to you? Like, that was huge.
I mean, it means the world in terms of like personal delight. I've been nominated once or twice. I've never won a book award before, and so to have The Correspondent win both the Audie for best multi-voiced book, and then to win this lovely LA Times Book Award for best audiobook is just an incredible thrill. I love reading audiobooks. I feel like this is a form of acting and performing and understanding of human existence that is so rich, and it's such a pleasure to be a part of. I will say The Correspondent appears to have had an enormous impact on a lot of people. I think that this is an emotionally connecting book, a powerful, powerful book that a lot of people respond to. So I heard from many people with respect to this book.
Yeah.
Wow, Lizzie, this has been such a great episode, but I'm just so excited just being in the atmosphere surrounded by books. I love it.
You know what? Yes, and I will say that it is a little bit warm out, so the people that are walking around with their umbrellas, it's really smart. But also, I'm thinking with like an umbrella and a tote bag full of books. Do you really want to carry all of that?
Yes, as someone who is from the great state of Texas, yes. Okay, like I gotta protect this melanin. I already have my black girl sunscreen on. Like, this is too much. Also, I don't even do the heat. Like, I was sweating just trying to find this tent. It was crazy.
I'm sweating right now, girl. Oh, the parasols. The parasols is what they have.
Yeah, because I was like, some people have that, and some people do have umbrellas. But I don't know that I would want to carry like a huge one. But of course, have an umbrella, be sunscreened up, especially for y'all. You know, you get red easily. You don't want to be peeling out here, people. I hear out here in California, UV is really important.
Yeah, no, I know. It's pretty bad.
Oh, well, you know, umbrellas are typically used for rain, but
I'm just learning what the difference between an umbrella and a parasol.
yeah, I'm surprised in LA so many people have umbrellas. But anyways, let's talk about something we know more about, because clearly none of us know about
Right.
this. Okay, so Lizzie, tell me, what is something that you're looking most excited to at this festival?
At this festival, okay, one thing I'm most excited about is, you know, as I mentioned before, is exploring the variety. However, what I'm not looking forward to is how much I'm gonna have to protect my wallet, because this is a dangerous place for me to be in. But like, also, I'm really excited. It's my first festival, so I'm really excited to see what it has to offer, especially after seeing it being like hyped up so much.
Same, I've never been to a book festival. I love reading. I've always loved reading. Grew up going to Barnes & Nobles like every Friday at the end of the week, dancing on the little children's stage. Again, just going to the library, having my library card. So I'm super excited. I know that I want to see what children's books they have for my niece. She just turned 2, so that incorporate that in her birthday gift. And then, you know, Tina Knowles is right next to us on the stage, so check that out. And then I was so sad to find out that Jason Reynolds was nearby. He's such a great author.
Yeah, you know, I am sad. Like, I'm just so excited about that they have so many different panels. Like, I saw one that was like about romance novels, but that one was sold out, obviously. The one thing I wanted to check out too was moderated by Gustavo Arellano from LA Times, and it was looking into how immigrants really contribute to the culinary gifts that we have here in Los Angeles, and just how much that they contribute, you know, with like their culture and the food and everything that they can provide. I wanted to learn more about that.
Definitely, and Lizzie, I don't know about you, but it seems like to me everybody is writing a biography these days. I mean, people who wrote one 20 years ago are coming back and writing more about their life.
Wow, you know what? I'm really excited to check that out and see what else this book festival has to offer. So
Definitely. Well, guys, that's all we have for you on this episode. Tune in at the top of the next hour for more coverage. Liam Wadey and Lizzie Lulatoud executive produced this episode. Daishalyn Satcher produced this episode as well.
Tate Harahan runs our soundboard. Kayla Shu is our live stream manager. And Derek Renfro composed our theme music. We had help from many different people.
Everyone at Annenberg Radio. Thank you guys so much for joining us on this special episode for our LA Times Festival of Books coverage. Subscribe to From Where We Are wherever you're listening right now. And follow us on Instagram at Annenberg Radio. I'm Kendall Gill Washington.
And I'm Lizzie Solorzano. From all of us at Annenberg Radio, wherever you are, we'll hope you'll join us in the next hour for From Where We Are.
Bye.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to From Where We Are. Stories of news and culture through the lens of Southern California and USC. It's 2 p.m. now, so we're coming to you live from USC with new hosts for our special coverage of this year's LA Times Festival of Books. I'm Michael Liu.
And I'm Aditya Tyag. We're coming to you live from outside Doheny Library, at the heart of the book festival itself. On the main stage right next to us is queer pop icon, actress, and author Hayley Kiyoko. It's Saturday, April 18th.
Coming up in the show, hear about how the LA Central Library is celebrating its 100th birthday. Visit the LA Times stage with Tina Knowles, and we sit down with a regular library goer to find out why the youth are heading to more libraries. Stay tuned.
The Los Angeles Central Library is celebrating its 100th anniversary with a year-long celebration. It's called the Central 100 and will be at the Central Library and 72 library branches across the county. You'll see historical exhibitions, get a limited edition library card, and unique stamps at each branch. Val Vidal reports on the library's century of service.
Largest Central Library in the nation opened its doors in July of 1926. It served the growing population well, until one day in 1986, tragedy struck. A huge fire broke out in the library.
Within a few seconds of them finding the smoke, it erupted into inferno.
An intense fire that raged for 7.5 hours with temperatures well above Fahrenheit 451.
Some 400,000 books were lost in the blaze, and the library was forced to close for about 7 years, until 1993. Since then, thankfully, the collections have only grown and expanded in scope, mission, even languages. Today, LA Central Library holds more than 6 million books, as well as historical photographs, academic materials, and much more. Christina Rice is the senior librarian at the library's photography collection.
I'm often amazed that this incredible building is still standing, and so we wanted to honor its centennial, and we decided we weren't just going to celebrate the anniversary of when it opened, which is in July. We wanted to celebrate the entire year and have it be a celebration that spread throughout our entire library system to all of our 72 locations, as well as through to the people of Los Angeles throughout the entire city.
She says it's fabulous that we can even celebrate our 100-year-old Central Library. USC's Associate University Librarian Elisa Resnick said libraries have not changed at all. The centennial celebrations include activities for all ages, says librarian Christina Rice.
So 2 of our big system-wide initiatives, one of them is our Beanstack Challenge, and that's an online platform that we use for our reading challenges like Summer with the Library. And so we have a central specific one. And what it is, it's a color by numbers challenge. And so people can sign up for their Beanstack accounts where they log hours that they've read. And every time they log hours or they do specific activities that we have listed, it unlocks a color.
The Associate Dean of Social Studies and Humanities Libraries at USC, Ruth Walhash, said in an email statement, "My perspective on libraries in general is that they are truly public spaces. They are civic, intellectual, and programmatic town squares. 100 years after the LA Central Library opened, town squares like that are as or more important than ever." For Annenberg Media, I'm Val Vidal.
All right, the Los Angeles Times Book Festival is all about celebrating literature and the magic of storytelling. The biggest pioneers of literature are the local neighborhood libraries that provide free books to anyone that owns a library card. But are young people actually going to libraries? Let's welcome in junior screenwriting major Swanon Briggs to talk with our executive producer, Liam Wadey, to learn more about how Gen Zers are taking advantage of the library bookshelves.
How's it going, Swana? Welcome to the show.
Yeah, it's going good. Excited to be here.
Yes, I'm very excited for you to be here. So can you tell me a little bit about how, as a young adult, you fell back into love with libraries?
Sure. I guess I really wanted to start sewing, and I didn't want to buy a sewing machine because I didn't want that kind of commitment. And the libraries are great for people who don't want that kind of commitment. So I went to the Central Library. They have a lab called the Octavia Lab where you can go and use all sorts of kind of artistic spaces for free, and some of that includes sewing machines. So I started going there last year, and I really enjoy it, and I think there's a lot you can get out of going there.
Yeah, because I really like that you mentioned that, because I think a lot of people aren't aware that at a library, it's not just getting books. There's also a bunch of other resources to take advantage of at the library. So is there anything else that, other than getting books, that you've done at the library that you've taken advantage of?
Yeah, I mean, I like to study there sometimes. I like to people watch there. Like, even just going to the library, you have to go on the subway if you don't have a car, and like, it's just really fun to watch all the people who go in and out of the library. And because it's like a very public space, there's a lot of really interesting characters you can kind of observe while you're there. And that's sort of fun. It's kind of like bird watching, but with people. So it's a good time.
I love that comparison. Before you mentioned to me about how you went to the library a lot as a kid. Can you compare yourself as a child going to the library to now?
Yeah, I went to the library probably every week as a child. I think because like my parents didn't want to spend money unnecessarily, especially if there was books that they'd buy and I just wouldn't like them. Because I feel like the reality is like there's so much media out there that a lot of it is bad, just straight up like not good. And so I don't want to like have my parents buy me a bunch of books that I don't even end up liking. But the library is great because I could go there and I could get all sorts of random things and like try out all sorts of books I wanted to try, and they didn't really care. And it wasn't like a commitment of them buying it and thinking I wouldn't like it. Like when I lived in Germany really briefly, there was a library I went to all the time, but they had a very limited English section with no children's books. So at age 12, I read the Colson Whitehead Underground Railroad book. Just because like my parents probably wouldn't have bought it for me, but it's the library, so they were like, we don't care, and if we buy it for her, she doesn't like it, it doesn't matter. So I was able to borrow it at the Germany, like the Munich Public Library, and that was a pretty fond memory.
That's cool that you were able to go to that library.
Yeah.
And as a young person, do you think young people are going to libraries at all? Do you think there's like a rise in people going to libraries, a decrease, it stays the same? I want to hear your thoughts on that.
I guess it depends on the circles you run in. Like if you're really like friends with a lot of people who like physical media, I think it's a good place for that because you can get like movies and like CDs and other things like that. But I guess there are like certain circles where that's not as big of a thing. So I guess it depends on who you hang out with, and I do think that like hanging out with people who like libraries is pretty cool, given that I go to a library and I would hope I'm kind of cool, but I'm not self-proclaimed cool. But I think like it depends on who you hang out with if you want people to say that they go to libraries or not. It's like, do you hang out with people who genuinely like value public spaces?
Yeah. And I know like a lot of people like to book collect and buy books. Do you think like with our generation it's more people wanting to buy books instead of just like getting some from the library so they can have like ownership of that?
Yeah, I mean, like, I actually do enjoy buying books as well, but it gets very expensive. I mean, like, even just a simple paperback book at Barnes & Noble is like $20, and I don't know, I could use that for food or something.
No, that's
like,
so real.
So I do like the occasional splurge on books. I'm holding like a book I bought right now, but it's more so that like if there's a book that's purely for knowledge, like if I'm reading something nonfiction, and I like to read a lot of nonfiction, I'll just borrow it from the library because I don't need to know that information on hand all the time unless it's like something where I feel like I'd want to reread it. So like for example, I just read a book about snakes that I really enjoyed, but I bought it because it's like I'm going to refer back to it. I'm using it for something I'm writing, and I don't know. So if you're using it for reference, I guess, but the libraries are good for nonfiction that you probably won't read again. Yeah.
And my last question for this interview is something fun, but can you tell us a little bit about anything you're reading at the moment or any books that you bought today at the festival?
I'm actually reading a book that I bought last year at this festival, admittedly, because I was trying to get ahead on like reading what I bought last year so I don't feel guilty. And I bought this book for $1 at the Goodwill tent. And before I tell you what it is, I will say I don't endorse this guy's politics, and he is very hit or miss. But as a character study, I was reading the Jerry Seinfeld biography. I don't stand with his opinions at all. I more so bought it because it was kind of funny to like say that you have that, and I read it in like an hour, kind of, I don't know.
Was it good?
Low-key no.
Oh. So you heard it here, folks. The Jerry Seinfeld book is not good,
Don't
according
quote
to
me
Swan
on
on
that.
Briggs.
But there are a couple really good passages, but overall it's a little dated.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for coming on our show today, Swan on Briggs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For many people, when they think of the queen of the music industry, Beyoncé is one of the first names that pops into their heads. But Beyoncé isn't the only queen in the Knowles family. Tina Knowles, Beyoncé's mother, also deserves that title, and she proves that with her recently released memoir, Matriarch. She talks about motherhood and even shares some of her favorite songs. Let's check in with reporter Luke Merrill to hear from Tina Knowles herself beyond the Los Angeles Times main stage.
Thank you so much. Okay, I just want to know how you balance it with these two girls. You're an entrepreneur, you're a fashion designer. How do you balance everything?
I just get up every day and it's God, and say my prayers and get to doing what I got to do.
Yeah? Okay, I'm sure a bunch of people ask you this, but what's the secret sauce to your daughters? How do you parent, how did you raise such amazing people?
Just did the best I could, and they were easy. They were really easy because they were easy and they were interested in the arts. But I think the most important thing is to keep them very, very busy so that they don't have any other time. But
how do you keep them humble? Because they are such humble people.
Because you have to teach your kids to be humble. It doesn't happen by osmosis. You got to say to them and teach them. And we fed the homeless. Like we went to church and fed the homeless and dealt with people, and it made them way more human.
Yeah, and it totally translates now. Okay, and I just want to ask you, I have to ask, what's your favorite Destiny Child song?
Survivor.
Same
Is
with me,
it?
yes.
All right.
And then favorite Cowboy Carter song?
Protector.
Okay, mine's Tyrant.
Okay,
Yeah.
I love Tyrant too.
Good.
I like that whole album.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm Michael Liu. This is
Aditya Tyag.
And we're glad you're with us for our LA Times Festival of Books coverage.
It's 12 minutes past the hour. Coming up, we recap the recent panel at the immigration stage. You won't want to miss it.
Here they come. Our very own reporter, Brian Nicholas is here with Ruben Vives to talk about what it's like covering immigration and how covering news on the ground with vulnerable communities being affected has changed their lives and the challenges they are facing. Hi, Brian and Ruben. Thank you so much for being on the podcast today.
Thanks for having me. Yeah, we have Ruben Vives from the LA Times, and he's a reporter also on immigration, but also breaking news stories. And thank you, Ruben, for being here today. Thank you. To start off, a question that I have is, what's something people misunderstand about immigrants in the U.S., and what's the role of reporters to clarify these misunderstandings?
Yeah, that's a really good question. You know, there's a lot of myths around immigrants, particularly immigrants who are in the country without, illegally here in the country. And so part of that is, they commit the most crimes, right? That's one of the myths. We've proven through our reporting, through data, that is not necessarily true, that years of data have shown us that actually immigrants who are here in the country illegally actually commit the less crimes. So I think incidents like that, myths that people have about a particular group or an entire group, in this case immigrants, our job is to show that's not really the case. That's not what the facts are showing, right? And we have to sort of counter that with our own data, with our own experts who can speak on that and have done research on that.
When you're out in the field, when you're reporting, how do you know which story gets told?
Oh, that's a really hard decision because there are so many stories out there. I think part of it is in one case, it's sort of the natural, organic feedback of the public, right? They're upset about something they've seen, on TV, they've seen on social media, and so you're kind of like, your job is to report on that. But then there's other stories that don't get as much attention, and I think those are the ones that matter as well. I had written a story about a tamale vendor in Pacoima, and that incident had happened 2 weeks even before I reported it, because it took me such a long time to try to nail down where this lady was living, where she was at. I didn't have a last name, and so it took me a while to find her. But her story was so important to tell because it spoke about, at the time, this was like in July of 2025 of last year, it showed all the things that were going wrong with the immigration enforcement, with the aggression, the sort of rhetoric that they were using. There was a gentleman who was driving by who saw what happened, was recording. They accused him of not only trying to ram his vehicle, we've heard that sort of language, right? The ramming, weaponizing your vehicle. They accused him early on of that. This was really early on. And the videos didn't show any of that. The videos contradicted everything the federal government was saying, and so that was an important story for me to tell. And so that's part of it is yourself. You feel like this is a great story to show what's wrong with the immigration enforcement. And then there's other stories that just organically happen because we have to report on them.
And as you're reporting out in the field with like vulnerable people, like how do you treat their story, like especially with respect?
I think that's the key word right there. It's respect, compassion. We're people, we're humans. You got to treat everybody with respect, the same way that you want to be treated. And so I approach it that way. I understand that people are in situations that, one, they didn't plan to be themselves being in the middle of. So I try to come with an understanding, with compassion, with patience, and understanding that people are not used to talking to the press. And so I try to explain to them, like, this is how it works out. We talk, I read a story, and we'll go over the story together so you understand what's being said in the story. And so I try to provide as much explanation and transparency as I can. If we're going to use their name, I make sure at least to let them know your name will appear in the paper. Are you okay with that? And their decision is yes or no. In some cases, we work with them on protecting their identity. We at the Pepper try to do a sort of cause no harm approach, which is if it's going to cause someone more harm, then is the story really worth it? Let's really dive into those questions about whether we should move forward with the story or not.
And when you're reporting, like how do you build that trust with like immigrants who may be afraid to just like speak on record?
Yeah, that's a really good question. A lot of it is advocacy groups who you've been in contact with. You're working with immigrant rights groups. All those people can vouch for you and be like, we know this reporter, we've worked with them before, you can trust them. And so they're more open to talking to us. Some people I show them my work. I say, here's what I've written before. And so they read it and they're like, okay, I trust you, I'll talk to you. And a lot of it is really, they're just taking a gamble. They're taking a gamble on you, which is why it's so important as a reporter that you keep your word, your credibility is your credit really in this industry, and so you try to not deviate away from any of that. You try to be as transparent as you can with the people you're interviewing and you're talking to.
What's one story that has stayed with you personally in your reporting?
Oh, there's so many. I think one that I think stuck with me just most recently is the Gonzalez sisters. This is a story about three sisters in Big Bear Lake whose mother was in hospice. She was dying of cancer, brain cancer to be exact. And their father was on his way to work, was detained by, I don't know if it was Border Patrol or ICE, but federal immigration agents had detained him, sent him to Adelanto, which is a nice facility that has been, in the headlines for a lot of inhumane conditions and other allegations. But the father was being held there, and they didn't know whether the father was going to be able to get out. The mother was basically in her dying bed, and it's just, he was able to get out just maybe a day before she died, so he was able to spend some last few hours with his wife. But stories like that really are they stick with you because me as an immigrant, you see a little bit yourself with some of these stories of people who come to this country, sometimes not by choice. I came here as a child. My parents brought me here. And you see the hard work that they put into trying to take care of their families, take care of families back home. And they're sort of labeled as criminals, labeled in a way where like that, in reality, it doesn't really match that description. And so I think stories like that stick with me, stories of injustice when federal officials say one thing, but then you see videos and talk to witnesses who say opposite of what they're saying. Those are important stories that also stick with me, so yeah.
What has been the biggest challenges reporters face when reporting on immigration today?
In some cases, data. It's really hard to parse out the data sometimes. It's hard to trust what the government is putting out because they have a certain agenda. They want a certain perception of things to be viewed a certain way, to be said a certain way. So those are very difficult to maneuver when you're asking for questions about an incident and they're just spewing a bunch of rhetoric that they've been spewing from the very beginning. So you kind of try to look at, try to quote some of that, but not too much of it. So you try to find a balance, on the two ends of the spectrum. You have the immigrant rights group saying one thing, and then you have the federal government saying one thing, and all you can really do is try to be balanced on all that stuff. But I think, data is certainly hard. I think access is also very difficult. Since the Trump administration came into play, there has been it's harder to get access to ICE agents to go along on ride-alongs, but clearly certain particular news organizations were able to get that access. So it's interesting trying to balance it out with what's happening even in the immigration courts. It's just so different what's taking place there as well, and so it's hard to keep track of everything that changes so quickly.
How have recent policies changes affected the way you report stories?
That's a really good question. So good that I don't know how to answer that. But I think, there are a lot of policies that are changing so much that it's hard to pinpoint exactly what makes it difficult. I think in the federal immigration courts is definitely one area where it has become very difficult to do some reporting, right? You have to depend on the immigrant rights groups. You have to depend on the families. Like, I think one difficult thing is a lot of people get detained and we don't know where they are. We don't have alien numbers to track these people, so we have to depend on their families. We have to depend on the immigrant rights groups to be able to continue to tell the stories. I think other policies is that really it comes down to the communications of the Department of Homeland Security. They are very adamant about providing as little information about an incident. You can try and ask them so many times about something and they will just continue to give you vague responses, or they'll just not respond at all. So that's something that we typically never had to deal with. Normally ICE was very responsive. They would answer certain questions. Obviously there's investigations, so they're not going to give you everything, but in this particular case it's almost like they just don't want to respond to anything. Once they put out a statement, that's all you're going to get. And so that's a policy that certainly has made it difficult for us to get answers from the federal government.
A final question that I have is, how do you make sure your reporting actually reaches and informs the communities that are affected?
Yeah, a good story brings a human face to the issue, right? In a lot of the stories that are right, there's always a person who's anchoring the story, like the father in Big Bear, right? The three sisters who are dealing with the loss of the mother, but the loss of the father. I've written about Matilde, who is a tamale vendor in Pacoima, who was impacted health-wise by the immigration raids. You try to tell these stories to show how people are being affected by a policy that is being, enforced by a federal administration that has clearly made it very clear that they want to go after not just, people they consider to be immigrants who have convicted crimes, but just anyone really in general. And so that aggression, you try to show that through human interest stories. People, you show how it really affects people. You show how the federal government's own policies are not being followed correctly, right? The way the law enforcement is carrying out these raids are proven that they say one thing and do a different thing. We've shown that time and time again. Most, obviously the big ones that we know about are in Minnesota with Renee Good and Alex Preddy. We've seen that they will come out and say things about a particular person, domestic terrorism, right? Or they were there to cause issues, and then we show that that's not the case. So in order to continue to sort of challenge what the government is saying, but also kind of vouch for some of the things they're also saying, is we have to tell those stories, no matter how ugly they look. One of the things we discussed, I think Steve Padilla, who was moderating the panel, talked about the noble savage, right? About how immigrants are viewed as sort of they've been through so much like that there's just nothing that they could do wrong. But in reality, human beings, as you know, are very complex. We all have like a very complex history, and so I think there's immigrants who clearly have committed crimes. Yes, I think we shouldn't avoid that. We should be realistic about the approach of telling these stories. That yes, some people have some very complicated lives. They have made some mistakes along the way. And some people are, I think, obviously are on paper probably should be deported, right? And then those are the folks who are not in that area, like folks who are working hard. They're selling food on the street, or trying to feed their families, trying to make a better life. And so you're trying to show both of those worlds. You want to show the immigration for what it is, and it's just a complicated issue, and it's never going to be a black and white thing. And I think one side is trying to make it that, and I think for our job is to show it's kind of gray, and here's what it looks like.
No, yeah, thank you so much, Ruben. Thank you for taking the time to come
great
here
questions.
and talk about this important issue.
Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate it.
And that's all we have time for on this episode of From Where We Are. Tune in at the top of the hour for more coverage. Liam Wadey and Lizzie Leotone executive produced this episode. Daishlin Satcher produced this episode.
Tate Harahan runs our soundboard, Kayla Shu is our live stream manager, and Derek Renfro composed our theme music. We had help today from Kai Assad, Luke Merrill, Berlin Butyansky, Griselda Gallardo, Brian Nicholas.
Thank you so much for joining us on this special episode of our LA Times Festival of Books coverage. Subscribe to From Where We Are wherever you're listening right now. Follow us on Instagram at Annenberg Radio. I'm Aditya Tyag.
And I'm Michael Liu. From all of us at Annenberg Radio, wherever you are, we hope you'll join us next hour for From Where We Are.
And Michael, you asked me a question at the top of the hour that I never really answered, which was, what's it called? What books do I want to pass down to my kids? Do you have an answer?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of thought of that question just because of this. This is really cute. I don't know who this is, right?
Yeah.
It's adorable, little thing.
Yeah.
But I've really thought, I feel like children's books are huge, it really influences you.
Mm-hmm.
I remember I grew up on like Magic School Bus or like The Kissing Hand.
Yeah.
And I feel like there's like the books which you kind of throw away and you're like, oh, this is so cheesy, and the ones that grow with you.
Mm-hmm.
And I think for me, I'd do a few Dr. Seuss books.
That's fair.
I'd say.
For me, I definitely agree with the idea that books can be formative. My mom would rent 30 books from the library every week and read to me. She would read a lot of Richard Scarry, which is coming to mind for me. But I feel like if I had to pick one book, it would be The Lion King. My dad used to read it to me every night growing up, and the idea of books growing with you, I think The Lion King is still my favorite Disney film. And so, if I was to pick one book to keep and read to my kids, it would be that. It's a perfect story that's just as good as a movie, in the movie form.
Honestly, yeah. I remember when I was a kid, I was like, oh, Simba's literally me, at the beginning. and then he gets, this world change. He's like, oh, I'm immature. And I feel like, it took until later for me to be like, oh, this is the value of the story.
Yeah.
But I just enjoyed it regardless, So, I mean, I don't know. Shel Silverstein probably comes to mind, too. A lot of poems.
Too many good books out there.
Yeah.
Join us again at the top of the hour. And welcome to From Where We Are, stories of news and culture through the lens of Southern California and USC. We're coming to you live again from USC for our special coverage of this year's LA Times Festival of Books. I'm Aditya Tyag.
And I'm Michael Liu. We're coming to you live from right outside Doheny Library in the heart of the book festival itself. Elise Myers, author of That's a Great Question, I'd Love to Tell You, is in conversation with Malia Mendez on the main stage. It's Saturday, April 18th.
Coming up on the show, we sit down with Faye Masterson, cover Echo Park's first official zine fair, and close out today's ARN coverage of the book festival. Stay tuned.
So welcome, Faye.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we're just going to introduce her a little bit. You know, Faye Masterson is known for her work as an actress, but now she considers herself a post-actor. Last year, her career as an author, the first book in her YA dystopian trilogy, The Ethereal Code. Welcome to the booth.
So, first off, you're a first-time author, and speaking here as an author for the first time, could you tell us what your experience has been like?
Really heartwarming, like very inspiring. It's really wonderful to be in a place where people are still loving books and they still want to read physical copies of books, they want to be around authors, they want to talk to each other about books, they get inspired by stories and ideas. So that's been the most wonderful part about it.
I'm really curious. You know, I think a lot of authors start out saying, oh, I'm going to write one book, and then another book comes along. But you've announced Ethereal like this as a part of a trilogy. How does that feel, being like, okay, this is a world-building heavy, series? How does that feel, being like, oh, this is the first book of 3?
Well, it's exciting and daunting because we'd have to. I wrote it with my co-author Bellamy Young, who's another wonderful actress, and so it does help to have someone else to bounce ideas off of, and we do an outline for every book, so that way we kind of know before we start writing what the story's going to be. We look back at our rules of the world building, what the world is like, what we want to say specifically with each book. We've kind of broken it down into 3 acts. So you've got your first act, your second act, your third act, and that's how the trilogy kind of pans out. So we're very visual. We think kind of in scenes and ideas and movies and stories, and trying and translating that into a novel has been really fun.
So a big part of your story is artificial intelligence, and obviously it's been a big part of all of our lives in the last couple of years. And while it's ordinarily representative of, it's represented as sort of a negative force in your book, it's not as clear cut as that. Would you be able to tell us a little bit about your decision to have a nuanced portrayal of AI?
Well, thank you for saying that. I mean, AI is the conversation around AI, and AI is changing even in the 2 years it's been since we wrote the book, which has been really interesting. So for us, we were trying to have a conversation or spark a conversation between teenagers and their families around AI and what we think about AI. And when you think about technology, when it's invented, it's inherently neutral, and it's humans and humanity and how we use it and what we do with it. I think it's becoming obvious very quickly that there's not enough guidelines in place right now. We don't know where it's going, but we know that some of the data is not good on it's Therapy Bots was our first inspiration for the book, and now that's no longer a thing because that's bad. So for us, we have some characters that you're going to meet later on in the story that are AI that might not be so neutral, and we were thinking about how do you get morality into AI and artificial intelligence. So that's kind of a big theme for us that we're playing out over the 3 stories.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, I remember you said something about the message that you plan out for each book. I mean, what is this general theme, and what is the general audience what do you want to say to the kids who read this book?
I think the biggest thing for us is that humans have to be in control, and I think that community is one of the biggest ways to create safety and bring connection. Connection and community are our overall theme of what we're hoping to say, and that for a lot of kids that might feel that they are isolated or alone or not heard, we're trying to sort of show that in this story that you can be out in the middle of Mars and you can fall in love, you can meet someone, you can have friends, and that connection is really what brings you forward into the world, and what really matters, as opposed to the tech, which should be a tool to help you foster more time with your friends and family, make life easier for us as opposed to take over, literally take over.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I feel like every time there's an adaptation that deals with new technology, it's presented, even if it's presented as this thing that's here to help us, it ends up being it ends up being abused by humans in addition to being like even if it starts out with the best of intentions. Do you have any like media examples that you drew on that like sort of influenced you when you were writing that particular part?
Oh, I mean, every YA dystopian fantasy you can imagine. I mean, there's like a lot of stories where we've seen how the hubris of humanity that believe that they, the idea of innovation and to keep innovating just for the sake of it, that's where we get into problems. And profit around AI is obviously a big thing as well. So, I mean, I think we're seeing a lot of, and for years, people have been writing these dystopian ideas of what happens when technology goes too far. You know, honestly, one of my biggest influences is WALL-E. Right?
I'm so glad you brought it up because
Come
when you said like, oh, it's this thing that can like help you just don't become dependent on it, I thought of WALL-E.
Yes, right?
Yeah.
I mean, WALL-E is probably one of, well, it's certainly one of my top 5 movies of all time, but it is one of the best movies.
Yeah.
The more you watch that, at every different stage of your life, you're going to feel something different about it. It is, I think, one of the most beautiful pieces of filmmaking ever, and it says so much about humanity and about society and about, yeah, exactly like you say, if we become completely irrelevant, what's it all for? Why have we done it? Just to say, we did it. And there's no one around to go, yay, you did it!
What would you say it is about like the dystopian genre that allows these topics to be discussed? Like it is in these bleak dystopias that we end up revealing the most about humanity and stories. So what about it, at least what about this genre compelled you to want to write within it?
Well, I think a lot of people feel hopeless at the moment, even though there's a lot of hope around. I see a lot of things. I'm always so impressed when I meet young people. It gives me a lot of hope, actually, and that's what our book is about. Because I think people, the teenagers, as I say, only the youth can see the truth sometimes, and the teenagers are going to rescue us all from ourselves. There's a great quote, I forget who did it, but it's from like 110 years ago or something. It's a banner. It's like the youth are at the gates, and I always thought about that, of thinking about sometimes as we get older we can lose sight of it. You can be wise on one thing and you can be blinded by greed and all these things on the other. So when you work in sort of a YA dystopian genre, usually all of those things have played out, right? The political landscape, and we've seen cultures and the way they fall, like Rome. There's we see it throughout history, this kind of hubris of man and humanity. So dystopia just gives you that backdrop of like everything has been stripped away. We are at our worst. How are we going to build back? So ultimately, a lot of dystopian fantasies are hopeful. Sci-fi is hopeful. I mean, I hope you've seen Project Hail Mary, or you've read the book, because
my girlfriend asked me to read the book, and I finished it at like 4 a.m. the day we went to go see the movie, and then we watched it, and I wrote like 2,000 words. I loved it.
It's so good. The book is so good. Everybody, you've got to read the book and see the movie, because there's so many beautiful pieces in the book they can't get in the movie, but they did a fantastic job with the movie. But yeah, I love that too. He's a wonderful writer, Andy Weir. He's a big inspiration.
Yeah, I do feel like the pendulum's swinging back to like optimism now, and I feel really good about that. Is that what? So, I read on your Amazon bio that you're working a high concept romance book.
Yeah.
Can you tell us anything about that? Is that part of this like optimism?
I mean, I can only give you a little bit because it's just the first draft. So what if I go in a different direction? But yeah, it's about 2 people that have known each other for decades over the course of their life, and a very unusual thing happens when they get into a car accident when they're students, and they find that they can hear each other's thoughts, and one of them can actually hear everybody, and the other one can only hear the person, the other main character. So that is all I can say, really, because I don't want to give anything away yet.
So you obviously have extensive experience in the film industry, and I think something that I'm super curious about is when you're writing a book, you're inventing these characters. When you're an actor, you're embodying them. Has your experience as an actor being able to embody different kinds of characters helped you when writing, so you get in the mindset of the characters that you're writing?
What a great question. Yes, absolutely. I think that the beautiful thing about writing that Bellamy and I have enjoyed so much is getting to embody all these different characters and feel like what it feels to be in their shoes, and to sort of see, how the arcs are going to play out and where they've started to where they end up. And you fall completely in love with them. You really do. And even the ones that are complicated, and sometimes you fall in love with them the most. And, as we were saying on the panel, sometimes it's hard because you might write something because you want it to work out, and your co-author or you realize that's not actually what they would do. That's not right. So certainly embodying other people and hearing other people's beautiful writing as well, like in scripts, and being able to say that obviously helps as well. You get inspired by when you can tell the difference between a beautifully written piece of dialogue and something that just feels, maybe not so much. And it just flows. You really feel like you're the vessel. And I think that's also true of story. If you really understand your characters well enough, when you go down to write, hopefully you just kind of get in flow with it.
What does that writing collaboration process look like,
Oh my gosh, we'd have so much fun. She's an evening person or a night person. I'm a morning person. So basically I would start out writing, we'd discuss the story. We did all the outline first. So we had all the beats down. And then I would write pages in the morning and I would send them to her and then she would send them back to me. So it would that's how it would work. And we were on different coasts as well. Oh no, actually we weren't. I was living in Ottawa at the time, but literally we might as well have been on different coasts because she sleeps until, she's awake until 3 a.m. and I wake up at 5 a.m. Blink, blink, and I'm in bed by 9. So it was a wonderful experience, and she's my bestie, so working with your best friend is how lucky is that?
This is so random, but something about you saying you send messages back and forth in order to when you guys are collaborating, it made me think of a book my partner read called This Is How You Lose the Time War, where it's
oh yeah, I just bought that book.
Okay. Yeah.
I just bought it.
Where it's about people talking back and forth, and the whole book is told in this letter format, I believe.
Ooh.
And I always like it when books sort of, or any medium sort of plays with form, in the sense that whether I'm picking up a book and it has it's text messages or audio transcripts, and you're experiencing something that's it feels best in this medium. What about the medium of literature appealed to you, and why did you want to tell the Ethereal Code trilogy story in literature?
Oh, great question. I mean, the first thing is from a practical level. When we started, we envisioned it as a TV series first, and then we realized you have to create IP these days, and you need to own it. And we also needed kind of a proof of concept as well, right? If the book does well enough, the trilogy does well enough, then obviously we have the story written out and told exactly the way we want it. So if it gets sold, if someone else buys the rights, if they change it, they do something else, there's always the initial form, the initial way we wanted to tell it is preserved. I think that's the most exciting thing about doing it in literature is that, and also you get to spend a little more time with each character, you flesh it out more. You don't have to be so economical with your words and with this. I mean, I do try to be with YA. You do want to get in and get out as fast as possible in the scenes. So in that sense, it is similar. But that part has been really joyful. Is to really take your time and be with this family of characters.
So, having initially envisioned it as a TV show, did you guys have did you have actors, did you have directors in mind that you wanted to play your characters?
We didn't yet. No, it was too dangerous. I mean, I don't usually write with someone in mind initially, and then I might go back with later drafts, we might think about someone, but we didn't get that far. We wrote a pitch, but we didn't finish we didn't hone the pitch enough or go through the process enough where we started going, and who would be great, think da-da-da, the way you do when you're pitching a show or something. Yeah.
Well,
I think we only have one more question, which is the question we ask anyone who comes on here. What have you been reading recently?
I just finished Lena Dunham's book, Famesick. It was amazing. Couldn't put that down. And I'm also reading for the romance novel, The Emperor of All Maladies by Siddhartha Mukherjee. I'm going to say the name wrong. I'm so sorry, but I think it won the Pulitzer Prize. I'm also probably wrong on that, but it's the history of cancer.
Oh wow!
It's a phenomenal book, The Emperor of All Maladies. I highly recommend it. He's a cancer specialist. And cancer features heavily in the new book, and so I really had heard that this book is incredible because he can write about cancer in a way that feels like you're reading a literary fiction book. He has that skill, and it takes you from the very beginning to up to present day. It's pretty phenomenal.
I hope you don't mind. I'm so sorry. I know I said the last question. There were 5 others that popped into my brain. If you have a second. I mean, I just wanted to ask, you mentioned Andy Weir as like an author you look up to. Who else would you say are your inspirations? Not even when writing this book, but like authors you look up to or authors whose work you were inspired by.
Oh, there's so many. I mean, honestly, like I love Philip Pullman, you know, who wrote The Golden Compass and The Subtle Knife. That trilogy he was a big inspiration for me growing up. You know, some of the new authors that I love, Taylor Jenkins Reid, who wrote Atmosphere. I'm in a book club, so I just read nonstop. The beautiful book, I don't know if it won the Booker Prize or Pulitzer Prize. It's called Less, and it's by Sean Greer. He's an amazing writer. I think I'm probably saying his name right. I'm in my 50s, guys, so menopause definitely has an effect, and the heat. But I mean, there's so many wonderful writers. Martha Wells, I mean, there's just, I mean, for sci-fi, there's, I love Blake Crouch. I loved Ready Player One. Yeah. Oh my God, those books were fantastic. Yeah.
I'm glad you brought up Martha Wells because, again, my partner, she's the sci-fi one. And so I've been affectionately saying, I read a lot of comics, and I was like, I'll try reading non-picture books for you. And so I've been, one of the non-picture books I read was Murderbot, like the first one. And like, I think that's it has like a comedic undertone, yes, which I think is it's not always necessary when you're doing like those kinds of stories, but I think it's to its benefit.
Look how well that works in Project Hail Mary. Yeah. Like that, the humor that's in the movie is very much in the book, very much.
And in terms of your book, it's obviously geared at a younger audience, so there's, you know, like it can't always be the most grimdark like thing ever. But like, how do you manage to sneak in moments of levity without compromising an overall tone of the book?
I think that, again, is just about being true to the character. What would this character find humorous about this moment? You know, does it feel organic in this moment to say this? I mean, I love those kinds of writing, like Andy Weir, like where you have the humor to kind of break the tension. And I think like that gallows humor, when the stakes are really high, is actually very common too. My brother's a police officer, and his best friend is an undertaker. And some of the jokes and some of the humor that they have around these difficult subjects, you know, you really need it to survive. So they're great tension breakers. So it's whenever I can find that in the story that just feels organic in the moment, I do it. I do it, yeah. It's nice to have a giggle and a smile, and when the world is falling around your ears.
Yeah. Right. That feels like very much like an acting thing. I think my acting professor probably told me that. So find like the happiness or like the good part of it.
Yeah.
And well, thank you for sharing the good part of your day with us.
Thank you so much.
I can't wait to check out the book.
Thank you.
And thank you so much for coming. This really was like an incredible conversation. We really appreciate you having on the show.
Thanks, guys. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Just a few minutes away from Echo Park Lake, a lending library hosted its first official zine fair last weekend, celebrating print culture, specifically zines, from California's artists and writers. Val Vidal shares this scene from the zine fair.
Heavy Manners Library is a lending library, gallery, and bookstore that's home to an extensive zine collection. The library has hosted zine-making workshops connecting locals with zine-making communities, such as writers, photographers, comic artists, and illustrators. This past weekend, Heavy Manners Library hosted its first official zine fair. Artists from around California had the opportunity to apply for a spot to showcase their work. Programming director Jane Chen said that since the library opened in 2021, there has been a growing love for zine culture.
Artists just started figuring out that it's much faster and easier to print and distribute art themselves than to try to wait for a middleman or to work with a publisher. I think that we really embrace a DIY spirit.
Chen says zine culture can often fall through the cracks, as artists sometimes make a limited number of copies, and there are not a lot of archives or libraries that keep records. This zine fair gave the opportunity to different artists and writers to write and share about their work, while also connecting them with the public.
This is kind of a underground channel for people to meet other artists, and I think there's also like a philosophy of like kind of communal sharing that goes against maybe the capitalist framework that we're living under.
Brownberry, with 3 exclamation marks, is the publication name under which Cameron McDowell and Sela Meirama recreate and reprint out-of-commission essays. They believe these zines are great educational resources for young people. Meirama believes zines are quick and short ways to share information with people and an outlet for creativity. She was inspired to make zines after a fellowship at the Center for Book Arts in New York, where she learned more about the art of bookmaking and its history of marginalizing people of color.
We just wanted to integrate our own process that we've learned from bookmaking, like the art book form making, and zines. What we encourage all of our friends in our community to do is just make what you want to make, what you want to see.
April Lechuga DuPont is visiting from New York and found herself at the zine fair after her sister recommended it. DuPont is into photography and tends to gravitate towards zines that are collections of a photographer's work. DuPont has never tried making a zine of her own, but her sister works in print and introduced her to the zine community.
It's really beautiful. I feel like you can get the sense of community.
Kay Liu shares this sentiment. Liu believes everyone has different interests and makes different types of zines, but they are all part of the same community. Liu started her zine journey after taking a comic drawing class and growing an interest in book binding.
I have a lot of different zines. A lot of them are themed around fairies, and I have a few about my body and my identity.
William Gao carried his Polaroid camera, taking pictures of different people at the zine fair.
I'm a photographer and I'm a huge fan of all kinds of zines, and I'm starting to make my own zines, and I'm trying to find how other people make their own zines and try to learn from them, I guess.
Gao likes to volunteer at these types of events because it lets him connect with other artists, get inspired, and trade zines. For Annenberg Media, I'm Val Vidal.
I'm Aditya Tyag. We're glad you're with us for our LA Times Festival of Books coverage.
And I'm Michael Liu. It is 22 minutes past the hour. Coming up, we visit Hayley Kiyoko on the main stage. You won't want to miss it.
Hayley Kiyoko, singer, director, actress, and most recently author of the queer romance novel Where There's Room for Us, is in conversation with LA Times' Deborah Vankin in front of the Doheny Library. She discussed what her motivations for her writing are as someone who grew up queer. Sorry about that, folks. We are actually bringing the Hayley Kiyoko story up tomorrow. And with that, that's all we have time for on today's episode of From Where We Are. So tune in tomorrow morning for the Hayley Kiyoko story and more coverage. Liam Wadey and Lizzie Leotoad executive produced this episode, and Daishlin Satcher produced this episode.
Tate Harahan runs our soundboard, Kayla Shu is our live stream manager, and Derek Renfro composed our theme music. We had help from Kai Assad, Luke Merrill, Berlin Botyansky, Griselda Gallardo, and Brian Nicholas.
Thank you so much for joining us on this special episode of our LA Times Festival Books coverage. Subscribe to From Where We Are wherever you're listening right now, and follow us on Instagram at Annenberg Radio. I'm Aditya Tyag.
And I'm Michael Liu. From all of us at Annenberg Radio, wherever you are, we hope you'll join us tomorrow for
From Where We Are. All right, Michael, lay it on me. What are you reading right now?
Oh man. Well, my matcha's gone, so I feel like my qualifications are gone. I'm reading Ben Franklin's autobiography right now.
Oh, that's sick.
I don't know why.
That's
you know?
dope. Yeah. Is it
And-
good?
I mean, it's Ben Franklin. It's like Dolph. You know, I went to Boston, and he starts a printing press, and it's really cool. I feel like this is like I'm learning a lot, and that's why I'm really attracted to biographies and stuff like that. It seems like you're more on the fiction, like narrative kind of side.
Absolutely. Right now, I'm reading Cormac McCarthy's Blood Meridian, and it is like a really difficult, challenging read, but like so interesting all the way through. Having to read it is like every page I'll have a word I don't understand and I'll have to Google it, and then at the end of the chapter I'll go on Lit Charts and read a summary, and I'm like, I didn't understand most of this, but it's okay. I'm grasping it now. And then I read a lot of comic books. I literally said it during last year's coverage. Absolute Batman, Absolute Wonder Woman, the entire Absolute universe is so good, but especially Batman, Wonder Woman, and Martian Manhunter. There's a new Lobo series that just started that I really like.
Okay.
And then Stephanie Phillips started her run on Daredevil, who's my favorite Marvel character. So there's a lot of reading to be done.
Oh wait, Stephanie. So you said who's on Daredevil?
Stephanie Phillips.
And who she's playing?
No, she's writing Daredevil.
Oh,
she's writing a Daredevil run right now, and she previously worked on Phoenix in the 2024 X-Men from the Ashes era. So yeah, that's all we have today. Make sure to tune in back tomorrow for more LA Times Festival of Book coverage brought to you by Annenberg Radio News. Thanks, y'all.